Hello everyone, Assalamu alaikum. So here I'm going to introduce our long-awaited Flutter Riverpod course. Now previously we have seen this e-learning app based on Flutter block, and this time we are going to introduce this course using Flutter Riverpod. So let's go ahead what it covers. So let's take a look at it very quickly. So of course over here I have these two simulators, and on this simulator this app refers to user app and this app actually refers to teacher side. Well, so user app, actually user would be able to see this onboarding screen, and then after that definitely we'll have login and the sign up section. Now over here anyone can go ahead and sign up. Well, actually I have signed up already, so I'm not going to use it from here anymore. But if we sign up, actually that would help us sign up through Google email login, and of course there are Facebook and Apple login as well. Now since I have already signed up, so over here I'm going to log in. So how do I log in? So let's hit login, and we'll see that over here we are logged in, and so this is our user and app. Now over here we do have another app for teachers, so that the teachers or anyone related to this would be able to chat with the users from here. Now over here our teacher can log in as using their account, but this account actually would be coming from their backend, because for these two apps we also have dedicated backend. Actually we have two apps over here, and we'll have two backend. One is super admin panel, another is the teachers panel. Anyway, so let's take a look at our user and app over here. Now over here at the top we do see that we have search section, and then we have this sliders, and over here we have this 4 images. Each of the images actually refers to virtual products or courses in our case. Well, we do also have this search bar over here, so you'd be able to search items, and then over here you'd be able to see all the courses you have bought, and then over here you'd be able to see if you have any chatting or not. And after that over here you will see, okay, you have your profile section, and here we do have settings and some other related information. Now when it comes to settings over here, of course we have this page, and over here you can eventually log out. Now let's go ahead and see our front end. Now front end over here, for example, this is a course, and this course is uploaded by someone or one of the teachers. The teachers are available in the backend. Now over here we would be able to see course related info, a course that has been updated. Now all this information over here is coming from actually backend. Now at the top, of course, we also see author page. Now author page is author related information, and from here actually you can go ahead and start chatting, and these are the courses that's been uploaded by author. Definitely, of course, you have to buy the course first. To be able to buy the course, you need to go ahead and click on the go buy button, and over here it would pop up with a payment page. Now over here we can use our dummy email address to log in and make the payment. Now this payment has been done using Stripe, so you'd learn how to go ahead and use Stripe for payment. And in this case actually we are using Stripe web view payment, which would be integrated using backend REST API. So once you are done, you can see there it says that payment successful. Now if you try to buy it again, it will say you already purchased this course. So yeah, this is the checking we also do. And after that, if you come over here, actually you'd be able to see the course detail, like the related information. And inside this, and the awesome thing that we have covered is this video player, because if you are a course author, you are uploading course using video, and in the app itself we'd be able to play the videos, as you can see. And of course you could do left and right, but of course in our case we just use pretty much the same image. And over here, sorry, not image, video. Now of course over here we do see that there is a different video. so you'd be able to play videos, and which is very cool. So everything over here has been done using Riverpod. So eventually when you take this course, actually you'd master Riverpod. Now anyway, let's go to this author page over here, and inside this author page definitely you can view authors all the courses if you want. And then at the same time you'd be able to start chatting. Say for example, from here you can send messages, hello, how are you? All right, now over here we do see that we have this message that popped up immediately. Now of course this is the teacher. This teacher has uploaded the course over here, so that's why we are able to send message from here to the teacher. And as you can see, we also have over here this dot. That dot means that we have messages. Well, right now we see there is one messages, and good morning. So you can send more messages, and we'll able to see that the dot that changes immediately over here, it's 2. Now from here you can reply to your student or anyone if you want. So over here would say good morning. You'll see the messages popped up immediately, and of course we have a beautiful UI. So far so good. So that's how actually a teacher can answer or reply all the users or the students from their side. Of course, it looks like we have to go deep inside for buying the course, but so we have to go deep inside for doing the chat. But actually someone can also chat from here, like as you can see. So if I'm going to send messages from here, it'll pop up here as well. Questions to ask. So we'll see that it pops up over here, and then once we open it, we'll see the message over here, and then you close it, the red dot's gone. So this is the beautiful thing about this section. Now over here, let's take a look at this search section. Now you can search something like visual, and we'll see that if we have courses related to that, that would show up. Here actually we could do a search. Not only that, we can go to a page from there. So that's how the search works. Now of course in our profile section we have these few sections. Basically we have covered over here the settings and the logout section. Now everything over here has been done using Riverpod. Now that was our user end, and this was our teacher's end. Now teacher's end over here actually is simple, not much thing to do. If the teacher wants, they can come over here and they would be able to change their profile information from this section. And not only that, teacher would be also able to change their images. So let's go ahead and access our gallery, and let's take a look. Now I'm going to select this image, and over here we do see that teacher images has been changed, and then you can definitely go ahead and save. Not only that, over here if you want, you can also actually go ahead and save this information as well. Over here we are Flutter coach. All right, so just let's go ahead and save it, and we'll see that it takes place immediately, the actions, and it's over here. Now of course this thing definitely is coming from backend, and how we know that, you can go ahead and simply sign out, and you'll see, and sign in now. And now let's come over here. We do see that whatever we have done before actually is pretty much saved over here. So all this information actually goes to the backend. Now backend actually we have covered using Laravel REST API. So step by step you learn how to build your own API, actually powerful API. Now let's go ahead and take a look at our backend. So this is our backend, and let's go ahead and log in. We just have logged in our backend. Now in the backend itself, we see that there is a menu, and well, this section is pretty much responsive. Now over here, we would be able to see all the orders that have been placed by our users from the front end, and we'll see the number of people in a sense that they have logged in our app. Now definitely this comes from over here as well. So if someone has logged in, so you'd be able to see the people they have logged in. Okay. All right. And then you'd be able to see your course category. Course category, actually, you can create a new category from here. And once you create the new category, and then you'd be able to upload or create a course from here. Now, course you can also set as recommended or not recommended. If you course is recommended, then it will pop up in the front end on the user side automatically on a special place where it says the course is recommended. And after that, you'd see over here that, and over here you'd be able to actually create a lesson for this course. So these are all connected. The idea is first you'll create a course category, then course, and then lesson. Each course will have many lessons. All right. Not only that, actually from here you'd be able to separate your users. So as you can see, you can log in as admin. So this is actually super admin. And then if you want, you can also create separate teachers account. So this is from where you create teachers account, and pretty much everything we do on this backend, that would be, for example, if you want to create a new course type, you have to click over here, go ahead and create a new course and submit the button. And after that, you'll create a, so if you want, you can go ahead and create a new course category. You have to click on this new button and submit the form. And after that, you have to go ahead and create a new course related to the category if you want, just like this from here. And well, this form submission is a bit complex, and we have covered step by step everything over here. And then you'd be not only able to do that, you'd be able to create lessons, and each of the lessons that you'd create over here, actually you'd be able to upload the lesson name, thumbnail, and URL. Now, of course, the URL itself over here refers to a video, so you'd be able to upload local videos, and you'd be able to upload actually many of them at the same time. So that means that one course will have many videos or lessons, and then just go ahead and submit it. So it's the same for creating teachers. So if you want to create a new teacher, all you have to do, come over here and create a new role, and that's it. Now let's go ahead and look at the teachers panel. Now one of the teacher over here is the best tech, and we are going to log in as the best tech. So this is very different from our super admin panel, because as a teacher, all you'd be able to do, create a new course from here. You can do that, and after that you'd be able to create new course related information from here, because if you created a course, you need to upload the lesson. Now all this thing actually applies to the virtual products. So if you want to show or sell virtual products, or develop an app and backend that sells virtual products more like an e-commerce app, then this is the perfect course for you. So go ahead and check that out, and if you have any questions, you can leave a comment below. Thank you. Okay, great. In this section, we are going to actually focus pretty much on our backend and why we are going to do that. Because earlier I have said that a lot of the information would be coming from our backend, like for example, your course selling, or you want to upload a course and a related information like this information, they would be coming from actually backend and a lot of the other things. So well, we can go ahead and work on the other pages, which I don't want. So I want to finish this home page and part of the things that we can. So that's why we want to work on backend first, because we need to create a mechanism in the backend where we can upload these images and information and detailed information from backend, as well as the text images and everything. So we need to work on that, and that's actually a very exciting part. So anyway, for this reason, first we'll go to our backend. Well, our backend is there, but it doesn't do a lot of things so far. Now this is the alive backend, where you get to see your users, if there are users, if they're logged in or not, you get to see them. or if someone has registered in your website or not, you get to see them, okay, or in your app. So these are the real information. And as well as over here, you will have a course list where you'd be able to upload them, and you'd be able to edit them, delete them like that, okay. And also, like, here are lessons where actually you could also create course. So a lot of the things you could do it from here. So this is where actually we want to put our focus. Now this course creation, this section could be a little bit of too much for you guys, so I'm gonna start it slow. In a sense, I'm gonna start from this members menu from here, so where we actually get to see our members. It means that the users, they have signed in so far. Now let's take a look at our backend over here. Now our backend is running at this port. So this is the port that our backend is running. So I'm going to click on this and open it anyway. All right. And then we are going to go over here. We're going to type in admin. I'm going to do admin, and I think my password was 123456. All right, great. So we need to work on them slowly, step by step. A lot of these things will also work later, that they would be gone. One of the first thing I want to do, which is exciting, create a new menu, like I think that was over here. Okay, all right, so we want to do that. Okay, now one of the resources that would be useful creating this one over here, if you ever get stuck, is this one over here. Now in my website, the Laravel section here, I have some of these resources that before I have worked and I have experienced problems. So I have all documented, which would be useful for you guys. Code, and I'm going to open up here. Now, because we are using a third-party Laravel admin package for backend, so that's why we see the UI like this. Now we need to understand it. Now backend, of course, a lot of this dependencies and files, they're installed inside this vendor directory. A lot of these dependencies are inside this vendor and core, and these are the actually third-party dependencies, libraries, they're installed, and the source code is over here, like grid-based UI, which is based on which is done over here. All we need to do, go ahead and call this grid package, and then we'd be able to do that. Okay, right now it's not going to make a lot of sense, but if you're a Laravel lover, if you love PHP, you'd love this package because everything is written in PHP. I mean, of course, using standard Laravel. So these are the source code for this UI, the one that you see over here, and a lot of the things we are going to do now, they're based on over here. All right, so now we'll get started. And one of the things we'll see over here, this admin folder, which is very important, and inside this we have another folder which is called controllers. And then, well, we have bootstrap.php. In general, we don't really change anything over here. This routes file. Now inside this routes file over here, well, it looks like VS Code doesn't recognize it, and it's okay, it doesn't matter. So over here, if we create new controller or resources, inside this we are going to change. Now in general, you'll not change anything over here, as I said earlier, like inside this anchor folder. All the changes should be here inside this admin folder. Okay, and basically most of the time you'd change your route, and in general you also have to create controllers. Like if you want to be able to create a menu over here, then you have to create a controller first. And here there's already some controller given, auth controller, example home controller, example controller, I think, and then this is the home controller. Now this is for dashboard, and on dashboard will work later, like the home page. We don't want to change this one now. Anyway, so next, our first job is to create a controller inside this so that we'd be able to create a menu. So we'd be creating resources, a controller that would sit inside this. So first I'm going to go ahead and create a new one, and I'm going to call it user controller.php. All right. Now, a lot of the things over here, we can directly copy from the official site, and that would give us a good start. Now, this is the official site over here. This is the English version, and I'm over here inside this quick start over here. And it's also saying that it's gonna work with this user table, the one that comes with Laravel default. We already have the table. Of course, we have added more stuff in the table. It doesn't matter. Now over here, it did say that you can generate them using this command line, but somehow it's not working with me. So I'm going to, which I have already done, I have generated or created them manually. All right, and one of the first thing I want to do over here, I'm going to copy this complete code from here. So this is what actually we need. So I'm not going to write them. We can just copy this, and I'm going to open it up over here and put it here. All right. So this is our user controller, but be careful. This is different than this controller. Okay. This is the user controller in our admin section. Okay. All right, so I just close this one so that we don't get confused. So this is the one that we want to work. Now over here, I'm going to go through it a little later. Let me finish the process. Now each of the controller needs a model. We already have a model, so this is the model. So we already have one. Now if you come over here, it also says that, well, in general, you create the controller using this command line, but since it's not working in my case, so I did it manually. And after that, you have to go to app-admin routes.php. And over here, you need to actually go ahead and mention that where the controller is located. So I'm going to copy this one, which I already did. And then after that, inside this admin folder, there's a routes folder, and I'm gonna put it here like this. And for us, we don't want this demo, we just want users. So this would be more like our routing. Okay. Well, there are errors here, and you can ignore that. It doesn't matter because we are not going to compile it anyway. So PHP, it doesn't compile, it gets compiled during runtime, so we don't need to actually, PHP doesn't really get compiled, it gets translated anyway, so it happens during runtime. So of course this is VS Code, can't recognize this, and it's fine with us, we don't care about this. All right, so this is what we have now. Now let's take a look at this one over here. So I guess everything should be correct. We don't need this password, this weird thing to have, because we don't have password field anyway. So I'm going to remove this. All right. Okay, so now we'll go to our backend over here. So this was our backend, and over here, of course, it's not running. So I'll come back over here, open up the terminal, and make sure that my server is running. Now I'm going to do refresh, and here we are. But of course, we don't see any changes. Before you see changes, actually, you have to come to this menu section over here. And then over here, you could name it. So member, and I'm not sure they have an icon over here where it says users. Well, I'm going to use this one. And URI is users, the one that actually we have over here, like in the routes section, users. And rows, we'll just keep it default, all permission over here. I'm going to go ahead and do this on all permissions, and I'm going to go ahead and submit it. and over here it should be updated as well. So I think this is this one. Now I'm going to refresh it and we see that it's already here. All right, so this is the member section and you can go ahead and click on them, and beautiful, you see it already read all the users from our database, because these are the currently active users in our database. Now with this, of course, we can go ahead and delete them, and it will delete some of the users that we have done for testing. But of course, this is an admin panel where you really don't want to delete users, because you don't have the right or permission to delete. Of course, here you can, but in real world, you are not going to delete your users. All right, so that is working as we talk. All right, and now we're gonna go ahead and take a look at this files. So take a look at this files over here, and I'm going to hide this. We don't need this. Now what does it do? Of course, over here it also have the namespace. You have to say where it is. Okay, so you always have to mention the namespace, and you also have to use the admin controller. Now these are the things in general, they're default. You don't need to change a lot of time, because once we are going to use this one, you have to mention your namespace and this 3 times. You have to have them, because they helps you to have this grid layout. Not only that, they also help you to edit information. If you want, you can actually edit right away. For example, here you can say one more A and submit. It should work, and you see it worked. Okay, it's beautiful. So it's very handy in terms of operation, because you don't have to write any kind of CSS or HTML. It's all PHP over here. Anyway, so you have to have this. Now if you want to know more about this, as I said earlier, you need to go back to anchor directory inside this vendor directory, and then you can read the source code, that how it works. And there are a lot of things that you could learn about: grid, form, and show. These 3: form, grid, and show, which are these 3. Anyway, so now here in general, they call it grid, but in this case we also call it grid. You shouldn't change it. And then inside this you should have your model. So this is the model that we have in our models folder. So if you see over here, this is the model it's referring to. Of course, it can refer any model, and make sure that at the top you import the model path, otherwise it's not going to work. And then these are the fields actually related to our database. Now we know that in our database we have ID, name, email. These are the things we already have in our database, so it's going to work. You can pull up any kind of information from our database. For example, I know that we have in our database we have a column, it's called access token. You can actually pull up that one, and you can just name it access token. But of course, in real life, you're not going to do that. You are not going to see someone else's access token. And here it showed up. Well, of course, there is no access token for this one. These are auto-generated. We have done using Laravel Sanctum. So you get the idea. And I think we can also delete that. All right, beautiful. So you get the idea. So over here, you have to have this create a grid object, and the grid object gives you actually a column object. Now within it, you have to pass your database field, and you can name anything. These are the names that is shown over here. If you see, like, these are the names they are shown. All right, so ID, name, email, access token, whatever it is. So these are all shown here. I didn't save it. Let's save it and make sure that access token is gone. And yeah, it's gone. All right, beautiful. Sorry. So that's it. Now in general, with this, you also get to see the users. Okay. Now if you don't want to see the users, you can just remove this section, and you could also do editing. Now with this you edit your user, but actually you don't want to edit your user, so you can keep them or remove them. Okay, I would suggest you to do. But now since this is the new one, this is new technology for you guys, you can play around and understand how it works, because I'm not going to cover everything here in detail. It would be, I mean, a long hours if I do that, and which is not the primary focus of this tutorial. But you can always do one of the things, come back to the official website in this English section where you can choose the language, Chinese and English. So you can always learn more about it. One thing about it, that this is very well documented. If you have a bit of understanding of PHP and Laravel, you would find it's extremely easy to work with. Well, in my case, this command is not working. I'm not sure why, but of course I have very latest version of PHP. I'm not sure that it is a version problem, but anyway, everything else is working, you have seen. So go through it and you can do a lot of things, and you can understand a lot of things as well. So they have greater documentation. So go ahead and go through them. And there is also model grid. So this is the grid that I was actually talking about. Now this grid is actually the grid that I was talking over here. So there's detailed documentation, how to work with grid, how to edit grid, how to insert more information, including pagination and things like that. Okay, and this is also column, how to work with the column object, which is this one. You should know them. Actually detailed information. So, and it's all in English, and you can do experiment on your own, and it should be helpful. Okay, so this section is working. So all you need to do first, you have to have your model inserted inside this, otherwise it's not going to work, because it is actually helps us to know all the information from database. Anyway, so over here actually we are going to add some additional features, because right now we want to lock this thing over here where you can delete, edit, and some other things you could do. So I'm going to lock them. So how to do that? Now over here you also don't want to have this one. Let's remove that, and I'm going to have this grade object, and then I'm going to use a function. Now they have a function where it's called disable actions, like this one. Okay, disable actions. Now let's come over here and let's refresh it, and it's gone. So, and which is actually good, because you don't want to delete or edit your users. That's what I said early. So that's the first thing. Now, and the other one is we also want to do over here is grade and disable create button. Disable, I'm not sure they can recognize. Yes, it did actually. Beautiful. So yeah, so disable create button. Let me save this. Now what's gonna happen with this, I think you're able to create a new user, but you don't want to create a new user, so it's gone actually. All right, and let's see what else. For now we can also disable export. I'm not sure it is there. Disable export, and then I'm going to do grade disable filter, disable filter. All right, so I'm going to save them. Now the filter would be gone, and I think export would be gone as well. All right, this is very simple. Now how I know all these things? Once again, you can come over here about their basic usage. Everything is actually there, how to work with this. They have additional functions that they support to work with, like column filtering. As you can see, it comes with an example. Of course those examples are Chinese, but you get the idea. All right, so you can work with this and filtering over here. So a lot of things actually. So go ahead and go through the documentation step by step, do your own experiment, and you should be good to go. All right. Okay, so with this, we have successfully done our first backend, actually, where you get to see how many people are there. But we do have a bit of problem over here. Now you'll see that it has this strange time format. Actually, we want to change this. You can do that. So come over here, and inside this, actually, you can use another class. The class is called default date time form. This one, default date time form, and our editor was smart enough to import it at the top. Well, so that's a good improvement. So with this, we'll have better time format. Okay, now it looks much better. All right. If it didn't import, make sure that you import this one, which is kind of anchor, which I told you before, and just go ahead and use this, and that's it. All right, great. Okay, wonderful. So of course, we're still not going to go back to our front end yet, because it has nothing to do with the front end, because we are still working the back end, right? Okay. Now, if you want to change the name over here, you can do that. So we have this user controller. Instead of users, you can say members. All right. Now let's refresh it. You'll see that it becomes members list. All right. And one of the cool thing about it is responsive. As you see, it's responsive. So which means that you can also use it on mobile as well. All right, beautiful. Well, in next section, we'll see how to create more menus and try to upload our courses and images so that we can view them from front end. Okay, so currently we can view the users. And if you take a look at our original UI over here, so we have courses menu, and then we also have this lessons and course list. Well, actually the course list is where you get to create a new course. So these are the things that we need to do. And once you have this courses list, and then you can also create lessons. And there is another thing. There is also this category where you can have this category and choose them. But in this backend, actually, I don't have the category to create from backend. Previously, I have done it from database directly. So I'm going to add another menu icon over here, or menu button. So first, we need to be able to create this thing dynamically from backend and save it in our database. And once that is done, then we'll have this course list UI and we'll be able to add them. And then we'd be able to create lessons. So being said that, actually next 2 hours or little bit 2 hours, all would be about backend and building API. And you'll find that this backend is extremely easy and useful. I love it because it comes in handy, and as well it's very easy to build. Just a few lines of code can do it. But of course you have to understand the principle that how it works. Well, anyway, so this is my backend over here. I'm going to close this tab, which I don't need. All right. Okay, so here we are. Now, over here, I have backend running, as you can see from here. And I have this actually 2 terminals to switch between because it's already running. And then over here, if I need to do things like this, then I'm going to create and run commands from here, and this would be running the server all the time. And over here I can make changes. Well, first we need to know how to create menus. But as I said that over here let me close this. Over here we don't have a menu, which we were supposed to have. So I'm going to create that one. Now, to create this menu, first we have to generate a database table. And then over here, we also have to create work with migrations and things like that. So that would happen step by step. Now, if you don't know what is migrations, migration is a folder inside database folder in your application's root directory, as you can see over here. So this is the database over here inside this migrations, and migrations are the blueprint for creating database tables. Yes, I know that previously we have created or edited our database table manually, but from now on we would do it using command line, which is more professional and easy to maintain. And it's not only with Laravel. If you work with Django or Golang or Node.js, they also offer this migrations terminology, where you create a file and that file is a blueprint of your database tables, and then you run the file and that would create database tables on the fly for you, and which is very convenient. And as I said, that it's not only just in Laravel, it also works with a lot of other frameworks, so I think we should know that. All right, now currently if you see our migration files, so these are the files that we have over here, and these are all auto created. None of them are created by us, but from now on we would be responsible for creating our own migration files, and we have to. So first migration file we'll create that would actually help us to create a database table, which would be course type, and course type would hold our menus. All right, so first let's go ahead and create a migration. Now, migration files, actually, to create a migration files, first we have to run this command php artisan make migration. Now, a lot of the things, if you're new to this ideas, might be a little bit convoluted or difficult, but once we are done with this, I'll walk you through one more time and you'd get the idea that what it is. Okay, now over here you have to run like this create, and over here you have to say your table name. So over here our table name would be course types, like that, and so after that you have to say table. So in general this is your table name actually, and this means create a table for me, name is course types. That's how it works. Then you can hit enter, and it says that it created a file for us, and then we'll see that over here the last one in general is it. So over here we are going to have this one. Now of course we are new to backend. If you're new to Laravel, don't worry. So now with this, if we run a next command, we'll see that in our database we have a table named course types with ID and timestamp. Now since this is our first time over here, I'm going to run php artisan migrate. So now with the earlier command, it created a file or a blueprint actually, and you can see over here they're also using a class called blueprint. All right, now with this, if I run the command, you will see that in our database we'll have table name course types. Anyway, so let me go ahead and hit enter. All right, now I'm going to check it over here. Now over here this is my database table, and I'm going to refresh it, and here we see that okay, we have a table, and then the table name is course types as we expected, and it has this 3 fields. Beautiful. But actually this is not what we want. The 3 fields just too little for us, because we need to save a lot more information in the database itself. So we need to type in more information. So we can't use this one. One of the ways to go ahead and do that, which we did early, like you can go ahead and add manually, which I don't want to do that. Even though we did it first, this is one of the options that you could do manually, but here we'll have complete programming control. So I want to make changes. Now first, if you want to make change and don't want the table, so you could run php artisan, and then over here you could say migrate rollback. So it would take the table away. So now if you go ahead and refresh your database, and you'll see that the table is gone. Of course, with this, the migration file is still there. It would be still there. So over here, we want to add some new things. So first, we want to add a field, and we'll call it title, and it would be string type, and over here, the length would be 50, like that. And then we want to have another field, which would be text type, and we'll call it description. And this is a text type. Okay, great. We don't want 50 because the text type is long enough for us. And then we'll have another one, and this time we need a certain order, and then actually this would be integers. So here I would say medium integer, this one, and we'll call it order. Instead of integer, it could be very long, which we don't need. And then okay, and there would be another one. I want to put it actually right below it, and that would be also integer, and we might call it say medium integer, this one, and we'll call it parent ID. All right, okay, so we need this few of these fields. This would contain our course title, and this is the ID we need for retrieving data, and then description, and if you want to maintain the order. And right after this, we are going to save it. And once we save it, and we can run this command php artisan migrate, and then it would create it over here for us. Well, it's already there, so I mean it would create in our database. Let's go ahead and refresh it, and here we see that course type, and then we see the columns over here. These are the things that we wanted, and of course you could go ahead and you can also say that you can see some of the properties from here. So a lot of the properties like parent ID, description, things like that. Okay, now of course there is one more thing, because order and this, a lot of the things it says that nullable. So we're going to remove them actually. So over here I'm going to call back, so it will take back the earlier one, and the title is nullable, and everything else could be nullable. So here I'm gonna put this and then copy that. All right, beautiful. Let's save it, and then we're gonna run it one more time. Migrate. Okay, great. And then I'm going to refresh it. Okay, let's go ahead and refresh over here. Okay, let me close this. Refresh. Did I run migrate? Let me check. Yes, I did. And then over here, now I'm going to choose it from here and make sure that, okay, so only title I want that nullable. That's it. So it is very handy in a sense that, but of course, instead of creating and destroying, you should better first know that what you want and then just run it once, and which would be very time efficient. Okay, great. Now with this, our database has been ready. So I'm going to clear this, and the next step is that we're gonna go ahead and create a model for this. Otherwise it's not gonna work. So the first thing is creating a model, and this time once again everything would be doing from command line. So create a model, you can just simply run php artisan make model, and then your model name. So model name is course type, that's it. So it created one, and we'll see that it should be inside our app models and course type, and it is over here. Okay, so it'll let us know if we have certain models or certain row in our database table. Okay, so we'll keep it for now. We'll keep it just like this. The next thing we want to do, we want to create a one more controller inside this, and just like we had this user controller. Okay, so now we'd use a command line to do that. So how to do that? Now we are not going to create this controller inside this HTTP folder. We are going to create is out of HTTP folder, and the command is pretty much same as early. PHP artisan make controller. Now you have to step back. So it's two directories back, and then you go inside this admin folder, admin folder, and then controllers folder, and then you mention your controller name. So our controller name is course type controller, just like this. Then I'm going to hit enter, and here we do see that it's been created. Now I'm going to close this one. Now a lot of these things are not correct, the namespace and things like that, so I'm going to open up this one, and a few things I'm going to copy from here. Actually, I'm going to copy the whole namespace from here, because the namespacing is wrong. It should be admin, and we also want some of the files to be auto imported. Since they are not, so I'm going to use it like this, and over here you need to use admin controller, and you are good to go. Let's save it. All right, the error's gone. Okay, great. And we also needed well, a model, but in this case we are not, most probably not going to use user model, but keep it there, and we definitely going to use the models that we created, which is course type, and we need that one, so we're going to save it. And after that, over here I'm going to copy this one first, this grid method, and then I'm going to put it here, which should help us. Let's save it here. All right, now this will change a lot. Actually, one of the things over here I'm going to do first, I'm going to create a method, and this would be public function, and we'll call it index. Now inside this we are going to import and use a special class, but the class is not here yet. First we have to import it at the top. So here would say use Anchor admin, and from there we have this layout folder. Inside the layout folder you have a class which is called content. We are going to use that one, and we are going to pass it over here, content. So it's more like a request object, but in this case it's content. It has different features than request, but the way you use it, that's the same. Now inside this we are going to have variable, and we'll call it tree, and new tree. A lot of the things are not making sense, but it would. Now inside this we have to say our model name, which is course type. So what it would do, it would actually take every information from course type and show it in a tree manner, which likes you'll have menu, submenu, like that. And I know that it doesn't make a lot of sense yet, but it would. Now the tree is not recognized, so over here we are going to import that as well. So here we'd say anchor admin. Now in this case we want this tree class, not really layout. Now with this the error is gone. Now this is all PHP over here, and that's the beautiful thing about it. No HTML or CSS, because a lot of you might not like it. So anyway, after that we are going to return over here, and we are going to return a content object which will have header type, header class, and we'll call it course types over here. And with this over here we'll return the body, and in the body we'll have this tree, the one that we created. All right, with this we'd be actually ready. Now the grid would not work yet, so instead of grid, actually you don't want we have to use another method which is called detail. Once again, it might not make a lot of sense to you, but I'm going to explain it once we are done with this. So let me just make the changes, and over here instead of grid we're gonna call it show. Now just go ahead and replace them, and you should be good over here. All right, now over here we also have to use another term which is called field instead of column. All right, and over here we are going to return show. Okay, now let me save this. Now another thing you have to do inside this, once again, let me explain everything to you once we are done. But this is a find or fill method, which we know that find or fill, F-A-I-L, I guess, and then it would take an ID, and the ID would be actually coming from here. All right, okay, so let me make sure. So here, okay, we are looking for a course type, which means that an eloquent relationship. We are looking for an eloquent over here, which means that we are looking for a row in the database based on this ID. And if you find that, go ahead and use them and retrieve the information from the database. Of course, in this case, instead of name, we want title, and I think we can just simply say category, which would make more sense over here, and the description, and we'll call it description. All right, and what else? We can also pick the other one that we have in our database, which is called order. Now here, order created at, and then we can also keep it here, like updated at. Okay, and I don't think we'd need these things over here. All right, great. So let me save this thing. Okay, well, what we did over here, first we created a controller, and this is our controller, and then we also created a model. Now model is pretty much like this, we are not going to change. And since we created a controller over here, we also have to mention it in our routes file, which is this one over here. And let me remove this, we don't need this now. So this should be our route file over here, mentioning the route's name. Okay, all right, so let me go ahead and save it. Of course, you don't have this, go ahead and put it over here. You mention your controller name as well as the route. By the way, you can also have it like this. So we are going to have it the way the latest Laravel recommends, so just like this. All right, so let me go back to our backend over here. Now we have to create a menu for this. Remember earlier we have created menu for members, so you have to do the same over here. And then you can call it like course category, and I'm not sure they have category. Okay, I'm going to have it this one, and then your URI. So here it should be course types, and then select this and create it. Now let's go ahead and refresh it. You should be able to see one of these over here. Now of course here it says that it call undefined model course type with query. Now let me go ahead and check that. Okay, well now because it says that with the query and it can't find it, well, it could find the model, but it's actually doesn't know what to do. So, and it give you a hint that you should have things like that. But anyway, now we're going to come back to our course type over here. Now, one of the things over here we could use is like this one. Here, anchor admin, well, this one. And then I think we can use a model. I'm not sure they have model tree there. So here it should be admin, and then after that they will have this called traits, and then inside this we'll have model tree. And okay, and at the same time you can ask them to use model tree. That's it. Let's go ahead and save it. Now once you save it and come over here, the error should be gone. So, and now over here you'll see that you see a beautiful page like this. So here you get to create something new. But of course, if I click on this new, we'll still have an error because new doesn't have a corresponding controller method. So that's why we'll have this. And here it says that, okay, form doesn't exist. So it needs a form method. Okay. Now, previously we have seen over here that we have this kind of method format, which I told you to go ahead and play around. So in general, the form method is responsible for creating a new item and submit it. And with detail, you're just able to view them. So I'm going to copy this one from here. And I know that a lot of the things are still not making sense, and it would make sense once we are done with this, because the theory, if I just tell you, is not going to help you. Now over here, first thing, we are not going to use our user form or user model. Actually, we are using course type, this one. So that's the first thing. All right, and after that over here, you have to have something like let me put it like this, form, and then there's a method called select. Now this select method is actually coming from Laravel admin, not Laravel itself, Laravel admin. And we have to choose our parent ID, which is, I told you before, we need this for relationship, like showing the items in a drop down menu. So that's why you need this one. Now here we would say parent category, and which should make more sense a little later once we see the UI options. And then over here you just simply need to pass new course type like this. And it's better if we wrap it around curly braces, because we are going to use something called scope resolution operator, and we have a function from it, so which is called select options. Now this one, once again, coming from, you see, anchor traits model tree options, and that's why actually we are using the model tree. Earlier we have seen over here, we need that. Okay, now I'm going to actually remove this, and inside over here, another thing we want to do is, okay, let's go with form, and then here we want to show our text, which is the title, and then we'll call it title. Title is the course title name or category name, like that. Now over here we'll have another one which is called description, and now that should be inside text area. Now it is AERA, I guess that's how you spell AREA, text area. Now here we'll have description and a description, and the last one is form number. Number has to do with the integers, the one that you have in your database. All right, I'm going to come back to this once again. I know, and I promise, because it's quite confusing what's happening over here. Just to remove this. All right, let's save it. And now let's go to our backend over here. Now refresh it. Now create new, and here we go. And this is awesome. Actually, you can go ahead and create your own menu sections over here, and it should work. Okay, so over here I'm going to have it under root, and then I'm going to create something, say design UI. So in this course you'll learn how to design best UI. All right, now you can give it order. Default order could be 1. We didn't set it, but we'll have it. Beautiful. And you see we already created a menu without any kind of CSS or HTML, and you can also change them. Submit it, and you'll see this over here, design, UX design. You could also say like that, UX design, and save it, and you'll see it there, and it's beautiful. And this is what actually we wanted. So we can go ahead and create more categories like the one that we see over here, like for example design, visual identity, marketing, advertising. So let's go ahead and create a few more options over here. Marketing, the best marketing strategy for making more money. All right, give it an order of 2. All right, okay, just like this. So once again, you can go ahead and copy it, change it, but I think we are not reading the order value, which actually we can, but we did not. But anyway, now let's go ahead and create another one. Here we'll call it visual identity. How to visualize your products before you really make it physical. All right, have 3. Okay, great. So we have this menus, and one cool thing about it, you can drag and drop just like this as you want. So that's why I love this admin package. Of course, we didn't write any of this code to drag and drop like this. So anyway, so I'm going to put it back. So here you get to create sub menu and as you want. All right. Okay. And this is awesome. So, well, now it shows up over here. We don't want it. We wanted that there should be a menu, and it should be under that kind of menu. So over here, I'm going to have this something called course, about course, like this. And then I'll just have it like this, and then I'm going to submit it. Okay. Now here you see that here it says about course and course category. Now you can actually drag and drop it here below it. I think we could do it like this and refresh it, and here we go. I think we didn't take effect. It should have. Okay, I think we have to save it. All right, I think we didn't save it there. Okay, cool. Now here you see we have a sub menu under about course, and which takes you to this page, and this is awesome. So since now we are able to create this one, then we'd be able to create more items on a certain category. Anyway, so our next step should be actually understanding this thing, and which is quite important. So I want everybody to understand this section very well, because this is not just Laravel, this is Laravel admin package, which is a little different than Laravel itself. And if you want to scale this project on your own, it's quite important that you understand this. Now I'm going to close this one, and I'm going to keep this one and this one. Now, one of the things that we could do with this, first we have to understand this one, then it would make better sense. Now, because of grid method, actually we get to see everything like in a grid, in a sense like this. So grid in a sense is like this, okay, like in this row column format you can see them. All right, so that happens because of grid method. But the grid method, you could do a lot of stuff over here. Like one of the stuff we have done over here is disabling a lot of the functions, but actually we can enable them, just comment them out and then come and refresh. So here it does provide you to, like, first you can filter based on ID. Like you could do filter based on ID, say 14. Okay, you found it. You could do ID 1. Nothing is there. But of course, you can also customize this. But of course, you can also customize this. Instead of ID, you can also do it based on name, which we'll see later. Anyway, you can also create a new one if you want. But here, we are not going to create any of this. Now let's refresh, and we don't need this, I guess. Let's come over here. And so because of grid method, you see everything over here, what happens. All right, now over here, detail actually helps you to see certain options. Like in general, here the show method, the show button gets triggered, and which actually comes from this detail section over here. Of course, you can customize this one as just like this. If you want, you can add more options. Now, of course, you can always go back to the documentation. Everything is documented there and it's very clear. So I really want you to go and see laraveladmin.org, their English version. Go ahead and check that, and you should be really good. And once again, here, Laravel admin, I'm going to choose the English one. So I suggest you go ahead and bookmark this link. Go ahead and bookmark, and it's also in my website as well, so you can also find it from my website. So everything is here, like how to use the grid and how to work on them, how to use the form and how to work on them, and how to use the show method and how to work on them, which we have seen over here. So this is the detail one, right? Now over here we have this now this form method is actually called on whenever you create a new form or edit an existing form. So here you could say it gets called when you create a new form or edit a row or info, like that. Okay, now we can prove that it happens like this. So since we are in Laravel, we could do actually debugging over here. Now for this one, over here we can just simply do create or edit. Now we can use dd to do debug. Dump and die. dd means dump and die. Now over here I have this one, but of course I need to enable this over here, which means that disable this code. Let's go ahead and do it one more time. And here, let's go ahead and refresh. Now you add it and you see that create or edit. So this gets called line 49, which is over here, I think it's referring. And how about creation? Once you click on this, you still see this. So that form method gets called both editing and creating, but not of course for detail method, sorry. So detail method just for view. All right, okay, right. Now of course there are you can know a lot more about them from, you get the idea. So you have to remember this, and the commenting might really work for you. All right, okay. And now, before I said that inside this, these are the database columns. So it could be inside the column names, it could be inside the field names, it doesn't really matter. Okay, these are all the database columns. Okay, now back to this one over here. But over here we have introduced a new method. Now this method is actually for showing tree form of the menus. Okay, now by that what I mean is, like, if you come over here, so this is called a tree form in a sense that because you can drag and drop the way you want. Okay, so it's branching out like that. Okay, of course we don't want, we just want to keep it like them. So that's why it's called a tree model. Now to use that, you have to use this tree over here, this tree class. If you go and hover over on this, oh, well, you can look at it if you want on your own, and you can also look at it on your own. So the way it works, you just simply need to pass your model, that's it, and it takes care of automatically rest of the thing if you have new information in your database. Now one beautiful thing about this is, even if you don't have this detail or form and you add a new item in the database directly, for example, which we can do right now. So let me go ahead and find my MySQL workbench. So we'll see that we can comment out all of these things from here, which we don't need for testing purpose. Okay, I think I have to do it from here. All right, for testing purpose. Now here we go, and I'm going to start my MySQL workbench, and I think this was my database over here. Now I'm going to open up all of them, and we do see that this one over here. Okay, so select rows like this. Now over here I could do ID4, and over here I could say programming. All right, and then here I could say is the future, like that, and that's it. Now of course over here I'm on workbench, so I have to save it, and I'm gonna close over here. Now if you see, it changes automatically from here. Okay, of course I want to give it order, like order 4. Okay, so the idea is, even if you don't have any of these methods like detail and form, with just this 3 lines of code, you get better understanding of the UI, that how it works. Okay, so either you could go ahead and dive deep into them, or just leave it like this. Now it is internally very complex, but one thing you have to do, of course, if you have a model, in the model you also have to say my model is going to have this model tree. Okay, otherwise it's just not going to work. Okay, so hopefully it makes sense. So over here we don't need this grid method, the one that we had earlier over here, because grid is just to show rows, right? So here we could say grid method is just show rows. All right, and that's what we understand. But once again, which I would suggest you to go ahead and learn more everything about this, because if you really want to use it for a long time, this kind of packages, and go ahead and look at this source code where you get to see the grid layout. Now inside this actions you see the delete, edit, show, which actually corresponds to 3 of the buttons we have seen over here. So go ahead and check them on your own, and that should be good. All right, so now we already know that adjust for detail is just for view, right? We already got it. Okay, I'm going to close this one, we don't need this now. Okay, and over here once again for view, that's it. Now over here we are using eloquent model to grab all this related ID related model, which is from the row. So well, it does make sense. For example, if you come over here and if you click any of them, so we get the ID, and once we get the ID, detail can grab it and then pass it to find or fill function, which is a very common function in Laravel framework. We get that one, and then we set the values for this record like this. So this one, once again, is for showing and creating and editing. All right. Now over here we have this section where actually first you get to select. So with this you select a certain category, but actually this one gets called first. So with this, because of this one, we are actually able to view like this. Okay, because of this one, because of this options, select options. Okay, now this function does a lot more internally. You can go ahead and check that. And over here we also have to set the other titles. Now some of the fields over here like text area and number. So this text is similar to string in Laravel. I'm talking about the pure Laravel, like text area is similar to text, and over here number is similar to int. You can understand it like this. So this string, text, and int, we have seen them during our migrations, so that should make sense as well. All right, so with this we have reached an basic understanding of how things work. And one of the must thing you have to remember that once you work on these controllers, your controller must extend this admin controller. But as you can see, admin controller internally extends a controller, which is you see inside for this controller is the one that we declare over here. And you have to have the namespace. Over here you use the namespace as app HTTP controllers, but for this controllers it's app admin controllers. So you have to be careful so that this is the namespace. And if you want to use, like we are using this admin controller, so we have to say where admin controller is, so you get to say it there. All right, so yeah, that's how we have done the basic work and basic understanding. I think so far your journey has been smooth and amazing. Now to get the code for this section, you can check out from the link below, this one and this one. If you need the code, you can always check and compare so that you don't have any mistakes. Well, anyway, so in next section actually we'll create a course based on our category. That also means that we have to actually create new migrations, new controllers, and new models. And with this, of course, we'll also see that in our database we have new tables as well. Let's go ahead and do that. Okay, so this time we are going to go ahead and work on a new controller. So we are going to create a controller that would actually display all the course related detail, because just now with this we can just create courses, but we want to display the course related information. By saying that, it's also important that understand that now we'd be able to post a course actually, and then we'd be able to upload related information for that course. So that's what we want to do. So now here first we're going to create a migration table. Sorry. Okay, so we are going to create a migration table over here. Yes, server is running. I'm sorry. All right, over here. So this time we'll do one more time PHP artisan make migration, and then we say create. So what's the table name? Our table name is courses actually this time, and a table. That's it. Okay, it created it successfully, and then we are gonna look for it. So course courses.php. There. It could be, yeah, this one, I think. Right. So here we are. This is very minimum, bare boned. So of course, these are the two things that we needed. And then after that, here we are going to add more fields. So, okay, table. Now inside this, we'll have string over here. And over here, it should be user token. So there would be a field that would be user token, and it would be size of 50. And then it is non, I think, and non. Okay, so, well, it is by default non-nullable. All right. Now this one is to verify who is posting, to know. All right. And then after that, table, and we do string. Now over here we'll have name. All right, and then actually it's more like the course name. So it would be 200, and then table. We're gonna do thumbnail. So over here we'll have string thumbnail. Okay, right. And it could be 150, pretty long. And then table string. This could be about actually video length. So over here we'll have video, because in the course you'd be able to upload video. So eventually you'd also learn how to play video and work with the video players, and this is cool. And there is also 150, I guess. So from the backend we'll upload video, and then we'll have text over here, and for the text we'll call it description, and then we'll have another one that is table. I think we could do it small integer over here, and we'll call it type ID. And we could also do a price one. So for price itself, I'm not sure, we could do float over here. I'm gonna go ahead with float, and then we'll name it price. All right, and a few of these things. All right. Now the video, it could be, say, nullable. We don't want it to be there, but there should be a thumbnail, and there could be, well, a description, or you can still set it to nullable because we have the course name and things like that. All right. And over here, okay, we had a price, and after that we'll have a table and small. Well, over here we'll have lesson num. So it's a number of lessons that someone could have, and table. We could also do video length. So here it would be also small integer. Video length. Well, so after all this, now we are going to go ahead and run our migration. So we know that to run migration, we can just simply do php artisan migrate. All right, so hopefully there are no errors over here. And okay, I think one more things that we need to change over here, number of lessons. It could be also nullable, and otherwise would have difficult time to actually test. So this is why you want to make them nullable. Score is, I think it's the star that a teacher can have, the ratings. And follow, I think someone is following somebody or not for those things. Now let's go ahead and save them and run migrate. And of course it's been created. Awesome. All right, so we know that it's been created. So let's come over here, and over here I'm going to refresh it, and then here we see that this has been created, and we'll see all these columns. Awesome. All right, so what is the next job? Our next job is to create a model, and then we'll create a controller. So we'll come over here, and then we'll go ahead and create a model. I'll do clear first, and PHP artisan make model, and the model name is actually course, so it's going to create a model. Okay, great. And this time we are going to create another controller, and that controller should be inside this controllers folder. So we are going to create a controller inside this app admin controllers folder, which is not inside this. So classically or traditionally you put everything here, but in our case we are going to create one controller over here right now. And we would do PHP artisan make controller. Now we'll step back 2 directories, because in general, in default, it would create inside controllers folder HTTP controller. So these are 2 directories. So we'll step back 2 directories just like this, and then I would say admin folder. So here admin folder, and inside controllers folder, and then would give it a name. We'll give it a name course controller. And here we go. It created one controller inside this. Well, I think that is this one, course controller. Yeah, this is the controller that's been created. But of course, we have to correct the namespace and everything. All right, now we'll go back to this one, and I'm going to copy all of this from here, and then I'm just gonna simply put them here. And the one thing I want to do is change the name, and I think that's all. And I'm gonna save them, and the error should be gone. All right, so a lot of the things are not important over here. Definitely we don't need this. We don't want a grid view, and also we don't need like this and this. All right, I'm gonna save it, and let's see course. So we have to import the course one at the top. Actually, we might need that one as well, so I'm gonna keep that, and that's it. Now save it. So the next section, we're gonna start working on this grid method. Okay, so this is our course controller, and we have copied it pretty much from our course type controller. So one of the things we want to do, we want to remove everything from here. We actually don't need, or maybe we just keep them and add it to them along the way. Now over here, we know that this is for creating and editing. So this is the section that we want to take a look at first. All right. So, well, first we have to have our model, which is a course model, and it's already here. So we don't need to do anything with this. And after that, we want to have the course name over here. So let's go ahead and do that. Over here we'll have form, and then we'll have text. Text is like the string, as I said before. Okay, and then here we'll have name, and then over here I'll create a variable, and I'll call it result. And we'll take our course model, and then you will use scope resolution operator and to work with this pluck method. A pluck method is Laravel eloquent. It returns you title and not returns your title, sorry, it works with key value pair. And what I mean by that, so let's go ahead and check it over here. I would do title, and then I would do ID over here. Now I'm going to do dd result dump and die. All right, I'm going to save it, and I'll make sure that our server is running over here. Well, because I changed my network one more time, so I need to come over here, copy this, and then I think I just come over here and replace the old one. All right, so and then I'm going to click on this and it open. All right, so now we'll go into our backend over here, and we type in admin. I'll show you how to change these things later and everything. It's a step-by-step process. All right, okay, now I'm going to close everything here. Now over here we have one of the things. Okay, before we go ahead and view the changes, we have to make sure that in the menu sections over here I add a new menu. And I think earlier today I might have made a change over here. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to drag and drop here like this, and I'm going to save. And now, okay, it looks like the earlier one, the one that we had. Anyway, now I'm come to this menu sections over here. So I'm going to open up this routes folder, and then I'm going to just simply go ahead and copy this and put it here. And after that, instead of course types, our route should be courses and course type controller. Let's go ahead and save it. All right, and let me come over here at the top, make sure that everything has imported. Okay, great. Now, okay, now we're here. I'm gonna do filter, so let's see if I can find a book. Okay, so book is more like the courses, I guess I would say. And then here the URL to visit it. Now you can make a change from here as well. I think you can edit this one, and instead of root you can put it under account about course. So let's save it. Now let's refresh, and you see most probably it changed. Okay, so you can drag and drop from here. If you don't want, you can also come over here and edit them. And this is the beautiful thing about this admin panel, which I love very much. Okay, so now over here we'll go to courses, and definitely here it says grid doesn't exist, and this is what we knew, that grid would not exist because we don't have grid. So one of the things we could do right away is go ahead and create a grid method at the top over here. So here, okay, one of the things you have to know that protected function. All right, and we'll call it grid, and then over here we'll have grid, and then new grid, new course, you import that, and at the end you just simply go ahead and return grid. That's all you do for now. So return, I think how we return that, yeah, we just simply go ahead and return grid, and that's all, and the error should be gone. Okay, now let's go ahead and refresh it, and I'm going to come over here. Okay, now this is the place we want to create new. Now we know that once we create a new one, so this one, sorry, this form section would get triggered or would get called, right? and then we'll see the result over here. dd means dump and die, which means that stop executing PHP script. So application will die over there. So I'm going to click on this. Well, one of the things that it says that here it doesn't know the title column, title not found. All right, and so here it couldn't find title. Now we're gonna open up our MySQL workbench, and inside this, okay, I know the problem. I don't have to, because I was passing the wrong one. So we want to take everything from course type, not from course. That's why, because course type contains our category. So with this, we'd be able to see our categories. So get our categories. All right, so course type contains our categories. Now let's come over here. Let's click on a new one, and here, beautiful. And this is what we wanted to see. So what I was trying to say, and what I was trying to show you, that over here, this pluck method, it returns information in key value pair. Now of course you can just simply go ahead and do title. Let's save it, and after that, just to refresh it, it will still get value. And if you just do ID, you'll still have it. Okay, like this. But now this time the result is a bit different. Why? So if we just use one argument over here, we do see that we might have a weird behavior. Actually, it's not weird. Now to be able to understand that, we need to go back to the earlier example, that why it's like this. So earlier we had this title. Now in title, okay, first thing, pluck works with 2 arguments, not 3, or it could also work with 1. But if you just have 1, it provides the other one automatically. And you have to remember that when you use the pluck method, of course it's part of Laravel collections methods, because Laravel collections has a many method, like pluck is one of them. There is another one, is select. Anyway, so now here it works with key value pair, right? Key value pair. And at the same time, the last one is the key. The last one is the key. Sorry for the laughter. Anyway, so the last one is the key. So the title would be the key. Let me save it. And now let's go back. And now let's come over here, and we'll see that the key, because in general, any kind of associative array which is in PHP, the keys are shown on the left and the values are on the right. So these IDs are the values. This is on the left, so they're the keys. So this is more like JSON pair format. You understand? In JSON we also have key value pair. So keys are on the left, the values are on the right. Now okay, well, I could change this thing right now. Over here I can have description. We know that we have description field inside this course type model, and here I can have title. And now let me save this. So this would be once again our key, and this would be the value. But of course it does look like that it should be the key, but it just worked the opposite. So let's find it over here, and we see that, okay, key values. But of course if you want, you can switch them. So you can just get this key from here, and then you can put them here, and you'll see that the result is oops, okay, I just messed up over here. So I'll write here title. Okay, great. Now let's go ahead and check that, and now this time we see that they have switched. All right, so whatever you put on the left side, that becomes as a key. Now what happens only with 1? Now the only 1, so this one actually doesn't make sense directly. Let's just put ahead with the title. Okay, now we'll see that this time title is on the, I think that should be on the right. Yes, right. Okay, so what happens if you save only 1 actually, or provide only 1? Laravel would automatically put an ID to it automatically, which becomes on the
right, and which becomes the last one. I said the last one is the key, so here we see that, okay, well, these are the keys. Hopefully it makes sense. All right, so anyway, over here we're gonna stick to this ID and title thing. ID and title is the one that we wanted, and we also don't need this one. Hopefully it makes more sense. Now I have a text version of this tutorial, so you can go ahead and check that. And I have also compared select method and plug and how they work together. Right, so now we are not going to use this one. Now why not? Because, well, you can actually use, instead of plug, you can also use this one, but select option is Laravel admin method, not Laravel, but of course it's based on Laravel as well. If you hover on this, and you'll see that there is this collection. Okay, so this collection is actually here, so they are all collections. So what I find internally, select options use plug. That should be somewhere that it uses plug internally. All right, so this is something that we learned. So it's native to Laravel, but this one is built on the top of plug method, I believe. All right, so I'm going to remove them anyway. So the alternative of this, previously we have seen over here, like inside this, so this is the plug method. It takes everything, and then inside this we pass it to this options. So of course, if you want, you can take this out and put it here, and it would work the same. So okay, so we have written we have the result and key value pair saved over here. Now we want to retrieve some information based on that. And what do you want to retrieve? So here we'll use form, and then we'll select, and inside the select we are going to use parent ID. I think it's not parent ID, actually it should be the type ID over here. And now over here we'll say this is category, and over here we'll have this options method. So options, and inside this we're gonna pass our result. That's all. All right, so this one is alternative to this one. We watch what we have seen over here, but of course in this case we have parent ID. You can also pass type ID, and they would work the same, but they're just different way of doing this thing. All right, so now with this we would be able to get our a type ID, and based on type ID it will actually give us the text results. Okay, we don't really see the ID, we'll see the results. And what results we'll see? We'll see this results. Okay, all right. Okay, great. So with this you get to select one of them, so that's why we have the select method. So select method helps you select one of the options that comes from result variable. Okay, hopefully it makes it. But do remember, this select is not actually the select same as the one we see in native Laravel. It's a different method. Okay, so this helps you to select one of them based on this result. Hopefully it makes sense. All right, let me go ahead and save this thing. All right, and after that, actually one thing we could do right away, we can comment them out and see our results so far, that what we have achieved. Okay, so let's come to our terminal over here. Let's refresh it. Over here we already see that we have these things over here, and that's beautiful. So we have name and category, and in this case, let me see. So we need to switch between this two things, because this becomes this key, and this becomes this value. Now option takes the value from results, so you want to switch between them. So that's why we have this one over here. We don't want to see this, we want to see the value for them. Once again, now options method takes the value, but over here because this becomes the key, this becomes the value. That's why we see the ID. So one way to solve this, just switch between them and switch the order, and you are good to go. All right. Okay. Missing. All right. Okay, great. Now let's go ahead and save them. Beautiful. So now we are able to see and select over here. Wonderful. Okay, of course you don't write it like that, so which means that it's pretty much working as we wanted. Now what's next? And over here, okay, next thing we want to do is one of the amazing things, which is showing the thumbnail. Okay, because you want to post a thumbnail for your articles, the articles that you want to show on the front end. So here we'll use the image tag or image function, which is coming from Laravel admin once again, and then we want our thumbnail field from our database to be associated with it directly. And then over here we'll have this one, which is called thumbnail. And then over here we want to have this unique name. Okay, unique name. You want to have unique name for them. All right. Okay, beautiful. All right, now we can go ahead and test it right away, and we'll see that you get to select an image. So let's go ahead and select okay, random image from here. And you would see it immediately. Okay, but yet we shouldn't be submitting right yet, so let's go ahead and work on them. So that's beautiful. And after that, actually you can also select video. So that's why we would use the file tag for video format, or file function actually. Now over here we would say video, because in your course you'd be able to upload a video. Unique name, this one, make sure they all have unique name, because we need to retrieve them from the database. All right, and then over here we'll have text, and then we'll do description, and then over here we'd say description like this. And after that, here we'll have a form for price. Now for the price, that is in float format. So there is this function which is called decimal. That's what we are going to use. And here we'll say price, and then here we'll name it price as well. Great. So a few things you have to remember over here. You might get confused. File is used for video and other format like PDF or doc. All right, great. Over here, decimal method helps with retrieving float format from the database, so it should be useful. All right, great. And then we'll also have another method which is called number, so we are taking that one. And I think we have download number. Let me see in our migration files. So this is the beautiful thing about, okay, so we don't want to have this for now. Type edit price lesson name video length. So I'm going to do over here something called lesson number. Is this lesson number? Yeah, lesson num video length. Okay, right. Now with this migration file, the beautiful thing is if you want to look up some of the information, you don't need to go to database. You get to see them right over here, and I think which is good. Lesson number. All right, and then we'll have over here number one more time, and that should be about video length. Video length. And then over here we do video length. All right, and now this part is quite important for posting. It's like who is posting. All right, over here in our backend right now, anyone can actually go ahead and post information as long as they have this account, and we'll change that later. So right away here we'll use our users table, user model actually, and we'll use a pluck method, and then we want to have the token as a value. So that would be name and the token. All right, now over here we could do dd result, and we'll see how it goes. Oh, at the same time, we'd be able to actually check we have any error or not, because we have been just trying to. Okay, looks like no error. And so these are the 3 users we have so far registered in our system, and these are their token. You get to see them. All right, so over here we'll have form and a select method, and then we'll say we'll use user token in the database field, and then here we'll say teacher. The one is going to upload, that's being our teacher, and then over here we'll use the options method, and then we'll pass the result. So with this we care about the token itself, because each user has a unique token. All right, so the last part is actually display the time. So here we'd use display method, display, and here we'll say created at, which is our database field. Remember, these are all our database field. They are used for retrieving and editing and submitting in the database. So they have to be exactly same as in the database, otherwise they'll not just work. All right, so over here we'll say now let's go ahead and save that, and we have a type over here. Okay, great. Now let's refresh it, and here we see like our teachers and things like that. So we get to see the teachers, we get to select image, we get to select a video file, we get to do that. All right, so hello everyone, here we go. So here we are going to try and upload and see how things work over here. Okay, now I might just go ahead and upload some random information. So here I might say Laravel course, and I'm going to, well, there is no Laravel over here, but I'm going to select this, and later down the road I'm going to change it. And over here let's see what it says. Okay, I'm going to first upload a video about Laravel, so this one, say for example, and then I'm going to select an image, and for that one I'm going to go to my documents over here, and then most probably I'm going to select somewhere that's related to Laravel, well, this one, and I'll change the name, don't worry. Here I'd say this is a great course about Laravel, you all should take it. Let's say I want to say the price is 20, video lesson number total maybe say 10 lessons, video length say 10 hours, and teachers say the best tag. And now let's go ahead and hit enter. Here you might be able to see that. Okay, and it's strange because we don't have a lot of things in our course controller. We'll fix that. Now one of the things, if you guys go ahead and try it along with me, you might get a lot of issues. One of the issues that you might get is this one over here, which you might see that here it says that you have this PHP content length issue. Okay, so we need to work on this. So it's because default configuration of PHP, you might just upload, you'd be able to upload 2 megabytes of content, but the video itself is very long, so that's why you need to change your configuration file. So to be able to do that, please go ahead over here and then do this thing. First, you need to find, if you're on Mac, you need to find where your PHP ini file is. Go ahead and check on that. And when you type in PHP ini, it'll give you the location. In general, the second one is the location. And then over here, you need to do this one. All right, so you have to run this command, and then you have to look for these things over here, and then over here you have to press the ESC button and then do this one and WQ, but at the same time you have to install this and restart the PHP server, and then you should be good to go, and then you'd be able to post it. That's the first thing. But don't worry, I'm going to walk you through right here. So I'm going to do cancel over here. Now I'm going to close that, actually start a new terminal. Actually this one. This is my terminal over here, and I'm going to do everything as I said over here. So first, I'm going to show it for Windows as well, don't worry. So here PHP ini, so it gives you the location where it is. So this is the location. All right, and then over here I'm going to use Vim editor, and then just hit enter, and it will open up. But there are so many informations here, so how to look for this? So you can just hit this slash, as you can see, slash, and then hit this one from your keyboard, and you look for post and hit enter. So here we go. So this is the first one that matches. So in this case, well, in your case, maybe it's a different number. So I change it to 16. And how to do that? So you have to hit I. Then here you'll say that insert. And then you can come to your section over here. And then you could do 20. Whatever it is you want. It doesn't really matter. And then press ESC button on your keyboard, and it'd be gone. You make the changes, and then you do it enter, this slash again from keyboard, hit slash, and then hit this one. This time look for upload. Now this is the one that you also need to change, so you can hit enter to change it, like 20 or whatever the number. So enter means, enter button. So once you make the changes, then do this one. So you have to have this one on from your keyboard. In general on Mac it's shift and find this 2 dots, and then do WQ, and then you are good to go. But this wouldn't take effect unless you have this services enabled or installed. So first, if you don't have this one, you could go ahead and install this, just brew tab homebrew services, and then run this command, and it should take effect. Okay, but I have already installed it, so I'm not going to do that. And then run this command. If you're using PHP 8.2, then go ahead and check it. It will restore everything about PHP services. As you can see, it's stopping and then started again. All right, so after that, if you come to your backend over here, you'd be able to make the post, and then you are good to go. All right, so right now I'm on Windows, and I'm going to work with my XAMPP server over here to take the changes to take place over here. And what I'm going to do over here, over here you see that Apache config. So I'm going to click on this, and I'm going to choose this one, so we'll be able to configure the PHP configuration file, and it's easy. Now since we are on Windows, so I can look for POST, and hopefully that would give me the post that I want. Looks like there are a lot more posts over here. Now Okay, so this one. Now on Windows, it did say that post maximize most probably 40. Okay, let me check on my website over here. Post max size. So post max size is 40 megabyte. So I think that's good enough for Windows. And then over here, I could also do the upload size. Let's go ahead and check that one. Uploads. Okay, here it's a 4040. So on Windows it shouldn't be a problem, so I'm going to just close this. But if you if you make changes, make sure to hit Control S to save it. Alright, so I'm going to start my Apache over here, and MySQL. Now looks like MySQL Apache didn't start. Okay, let me start Apache and let me start MySQL. Okay, they both started. All right, so go ahead and restart it and it should work anyway, since we don't have any problem with this. So in Windows you have to make the changes like this, and then you just restart everything and you should be good to go. Now right now my server is on Mac, so I'm not going to test it. If you have any questions, you can put a comment below and I'd be happy to help. Thank you.
On the grid, and before that we work on the grid, actually I wanted to show you something which you might find very useful, because previously I was talking about creating a command line controller over here based on the documents. So last time we saw that it didn't work, but I'm not sure, something most probably was wrong with my configuration. So I'm going to copy this and then I'm going to put it here, and I'll make sure that I do it from the beginning. So this is a special command to do the operation creating controller in this admin folder, but with resources together. What I mean by that? Well, previously we have seen that yes, we could create controller using different command, but not like this, the one that we see over here, not like this. So let's go ahead and create a controller. So over here I can just go ahead and create a controller, dummy controller, based on this model, and the controller name is a test controller, and because we are doing it just for test, so I'm going to hit enter, and here, beautiful, it says that it created a controller. So controller name is test controller, and the name is, it also says that go ahead and PHP admin routes PHP and put this one more time. So previously we have done this using admin, the controller we have created, that was make controller, and then we went out of the folder and then we created. Remember, I hope you remember that. But that was not the right way to create controller for this one. Why? Let me open up this one. This is the controller that it had created, and you'll find it's amazing. So here you see it created these things for us automatically on the fly. That's why that command is so useful. But previously we didn't know, well, not we didn't know, I knew, but somehow most probably it was a problem with my computer, and yes, it started to work, the command, after restarting it. So it just worked after restarting it. So this command is for Mac, but if you are on Windows you have to use like this. Just remove slash. You have 2 slashes there, just use 1 slash for Windows and you are good to go. It has to work because I have tested on Windows that it works. Anyway, so after creating all of this, all you need to do, you just need to put this in your app admin routes folder, which we know how to put it. Now with this, the benefit is it creates this things for you automatically. You don't have to write the code, because up to now we are writing code on our own manually, which is not good because it is error prone, and as well as takes a lot of time. Anyway, so now we know that we could do it manually, and that's a beautiful thing. Okay, good. Sorry, we can do it automatically. Now, one thing, before you have to generate this code, you have to make sure that you have model, because if you see, it takes actually, when you run a command like this, the command, I think here, over here, you're trying to say you have a model named user, so it can find automatically that there is a model. The model, what is model? Model means a database table, and it knows that in your database table you have these fields, so it can find it automatically, and that's how it works. So you have to make sure you have a model, you have a schema, the schema that we have created. What is schema I'm talking about? The migrations over here. So based on everything, it generates the code automatically for you. Okay, so this is the way to go, on better way, professional way, and recommended way. All right, a lot of this information I have updated over here. I've also said for Windows how to go ahead and create one. All right, so if you get stuck, you can also come and check over here, no problem. You can also go back to their official website, that's also fine, which is an English version. As I said before, go ahead and save it. It's a beautiful one. Anyway, so now it's been created. Of course, this is just for test purpose. We don't need any of this. Now, one thing I could do, I can just go ahead and copy this part of the code and then put it there. I don't need to write them manually. Okay, all right. So I'm going to delete this one. We don't need it anyway, but this is what I wanted to demonstrate to you guys, that this package is beautiful. It does so many things on the fly. So I'm going to remove this. Yeah. All right. Beautiful. So now what it did this job for us automatically, created all these things. All right, great. Now I'm going to go and check our website, the backend, this one. So now over here we do see that I have these 3 records in the database, and they already showed to us. Beautiful. And right now you can go ahead and click on the show button. You will see everything over here, as well as now there is this problem what happened earlier, and there was a mistake, because we are in a course controller. We don't want this user controller actually, so we want to use, what is it, course. Actually, this is the model course. Okay, that's what we wanted to use. So that's why a lot of this information came here. They are wrong. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to go back to my terminal over here, and I'm going to type in the command one more time. So php artisan admin, and then here make, and then here I would say test controller, and over here I would do model, and then here I'll have this, let me copy this, app models user. Okay, so app, so if you're on Windows, you will use /models and user, but this time I don't want user model, I want course model. Okay, well, let's say artisan, so I have a typo over here, so let's go ahead and fix it. Why I'm doing this, because a lot of this information came earlier based on the user model, but actually this is a course controller, so we should point to our course model, which is this one over here. Let's hit enter. Beautiful, it did. So all I need to do is go ahead and copy the code from here. So I'm just going to copy this sections over here. Let me do it, copy the complete one. And remember, I'm not copying this one. This section is working because we already worked on this. But if you did this thing early using command line, it would have generated everything for us automatically. Now let's go ahead and save it. And now let's do restart one more time over here. Okay, now this is what we wanted actually. Like we have video, we have thumbnail and everything. These are the related information that we want, of course. But few of the things we don't want. Most probably we don't want, let me see. Okay, let's work on this step by step. So this time the setup is correct here, the course and everything, okay? And over here is also correct. It did it for us automatically. Now ID is here, right? Okay, so I want to put back the comment that I had early. Okay, the first argument is the database field. So these are all database field. Okay, great. Now here we have user token. We don't want to show the user token like this. And now we'll take our understanding one step further. Well, here it shows the token, but we don't want to show the token. We want to show the username. So we need to work on this, because the only thing the command can do, it pull out all the information from the database and show you over here. But anyway, we don't want to show it. We want to change it to teacher. So remember, these are text field. You can put anything you want. So I don't want to call it user token. I want to call it teacher, and you'll see the name changes to teacher. Great. Now over here, I want to invoke a function. So this is called display function, this one. Now, of course, this within inside this Laravel admin. So this display you can call for this column function, and inside this you have to pass a closure, which means a callback function. So here we do function, and then it also takes value, and the value is in general whatever it is there, this one, the field related value. So now user token has a value, which is our token. So you can take that one in a variable called token. You can name the variable anything, it doesn't matter. Now this display function is to help you to do kind of operation. Any kind of operation you want to do, you can do within it. Okay, you can do, I mean, based on this value, we can invoke a lot of things inside, whatever you want. So it's like further processing data. For further processing data, you can create any method inside it or do operation. So you have to know this one. That's what it does. So what do you want with this token? First, I said we don't want to show the user token over here. We want to show the username. All right. Okay. Now the problem is username is not saved in this database. Okay. So it is saved in another. So it is saved in another table. So we want to get that table. And what table is that? That's a user table. So we'll use Laravel Eloquent. So here we would say user, and then we'll call the method which is called where. Now here we are going to pass or look for a field which is called a token, and that token has to match equal to the token that I've gotten here. So this one, so they have to match. All right. Okay, so that's why I'm using the condition over here, and if they match, of course it will take up that row from the database. But I don't want everything. All I want is I want the name field from it. So that's why I'll use something a helper function which is called value. I want to get the name field from it, and that's it. And after that, well, I can just simply return from here like this, and it should work. All right. Okay. So this is what I want. So what's happening right now? Because I'm running this thing, so what's going to happen over here? I'm getting the user model, which means the user database table, and I'm looking for a token match with the token filled in our user model. And then if it matches, return me one item, and that item is name. So whatever the rows that matches, return me the name field or name column for that. So if you open up over here, so from course, as you see, this is our course. From course, actually, we are passing the token. And then I'm going to go to this users column over here, and I'm using that token and this token if they match or not. And if they match, then get me the name. So that's the idea. All right. So that's what we have learned so far. Now I'm going to save this, and then let's do a refresh. Beautiful. You see, now instead of showing me my token, it is showing me my name, the person who has created this course. That's beautiful, and this is what we wanted. All right. Now there's this problem with this image. We want to show the image itself, not the text. So what to do with this? Now over here, there is called another helper function, which is called image. Now, image, I think the first one, it might take the name. We don't want it. We just want to pass 50/50, which is for size. 50/50 refers to the image size. So we want to do this one. Let's go ahead and save it. You see the image is there. Beautiful. Now it has a lot of helper functions inside this grid method. So basic usage, one more time, go ahead and check them. There are tons of things that you could learn. Like just now we used display function. And here, okay, I think we did pretty much more like this one. Yeah. Go ahead and do your own experiment in your own way, in your free time. Hopefully that'd be very useful. So when I need something, I always come back to this thing and try to learn a bit, and then go ahead and work with this. All right. And I think this display, okay, this is the display we actually used, display callback, which is this one over here. Go ahead and use them. Beautiful. Anyway, so now here we are. Okay. And for the video itself, we don't want to show the video over here, and I think that's fine. So we're going to remove this, and the description, okay, let's keep it there. We can keep the price there, video num, video length, and we don't want to show this one's there. So let's go ahead and get rid of this, and we want to keep this one. All right. Now let's come back to our website over here. I mean backend. Okay, now it looks a little bit cleaner with this. Beautiful. Of course, you can go ahead and edit it if you want. You can still do that. Let's see. So over here, few of the things, you can change the name and it'll take effect. Okay, great. So next we need to work on this detail section where you want to show. All right. Now it did already a bit of work for us, so a lot of the things we might not need this over here. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to remove them actually. Now you could do a lot of work in terms of show the detail, but I think I'm gonna skip that, because in that case it would be extremely long course, which is beyond everything right now. So user token, most probably you don't want to show, because these are the secret things. All right, and for now everything else will keep the same. Beautiful. So far we've made a big progress in terms of how we build this, building the menu, the whole backend. Okay, great. Well, next section we'll see actually how to build API, because this is the backend part. In the backend we build this UI and everything. In next section we'll see how to build the API. Why are we going to do that? Because we have built this course over here, right? So if we build an API, now we'd be able to pull out this information from our backend and then send it to the database. So that's why actually we need to work on building API. Assalamu alaikum. So over here, I'm going to take care of one of the issues that you guys are having right now. A lot of you said that you can't see the image on the backend. So let me show you how to, and the problem I'm talking about. So over here, if we created a course, a lot of you said you guys don't see this. Now, most probably, I'm not sure whether I missed to fail to show you this. So how to, well, in your case, if you don't have this image that showed, so what to do? Well, first we need to do a little bit of debugging over here. So it's better use Google Chrome and then right click and inspect over here. And then you will have this network tab over here. So open up the network tab and select this one. In general, over here you will see the image path. Now this image you should be also able to visit from the browser itself, like as you can see over here. Now if we are working on this image itself, that why it doesn't show up, the reason is, first reason is over here you see that in your case, most probably there is no slash over here right after 8000, the port number. Okay, so you have to have a slash. Now, of course, you can't put a slash over there and show it directly because you cannot do it here, right? So how to solve this issue? And of course, you have to make sure that it's inside this uploads folder and inside this images folder, right? So you have to make sure this one. Anyway, right after 8000, you have to have the slash, and how to work with this slash and how to define this slash. Okay, so for this reason, you need to come to your .env file over here. You have to make sure that you have a slash over here, and at the same time you have to make sure that you have this correct API, the URL or the IP address, and in this case you have to have with the port number, otherwise it's not gonna work. Okay, all right. Now you may also wonder, where's this uploads folder coming from? Like we see an uploads folder over here. Where is this coming from? The uploads folder here, this one, where is this coming from? Right after 8000 slash and uploads and images. Now I think we have already talked about this one before earlier, that inside our publics folder there should be an uploads folder. If it is not there, you have to create it manually. In general, it's created on the fly when you first install and try to work on this. And then now also the files over here, that's because we were uploading videos are saved under this files directory, and images are saved under this images directory, and these two files are actually auto created. And about uploads folder, the configuration is defined over here. Let me find our config folder. Okay, right, this one, this config folder. Okay, let me close them so that I know you know what I'm talking about. Okay, so app bootstrap config. So right over here you have to come to this file system, and this is what we have done before. So in general, uploads folder is right after your app URL. Now this app URL is actually right over here. So this file over here, it's reading env configuration, so it reads the URL and then uploads automatically. Okay, all right, so you have to make sure you have this on correctly set, and after that it should not be a problem to work with this images that you are supposed to see over here. Thank you. Well, now after having this up and running correctly, we're gonna work on this API thing. So we have to build API, then we'd able to access it from our app. One of the thing I would really love if you guys help me. Please leave me a good rating so that I can work better on this course. I can sell more, which would definitely encourage me, and it's very important. Thank you so much. I would be grateful. Anyway, so one of the things first we want to do, we want to open up our terminal over here, and I'm going to open up a new terminal by clicking on this. So this would be alive over here, and this would be the one that I'm working. Okay, so we want to create a API or a lot of APIs so that we can access them from our front-end applications. Now APIs in general you'd be creating inside this controller folder, right? So let's go ahead and create a new controller. So here I'll do PHP artisan make controller, and here I would do API, and we'll call it course controller, and it would create a controller for us, and we see that it has been created. Okay, great. All right, and after that we're gonna come to our routes over here. So we need to define the API itself. Okay, right. Now there are big changes that we need to make right away, because this login API over here, it's actually open, which means that for logging you don't need to do any kind of direct authentication. When login works, I mean, in a sense, when you log in, it creates a token for you and it saves it, and that because it saves internally, so it knows whether you have logged in, and based on that thing you can do some other things. Okay, the idea is when you log in, it creates a token, which is kind of authentication as well. Now of course we need greater control on the API, so we need to wrap our API around using some more protected layer. So this is where we are going to actually use middleware. Middleware is a layer of service where actually it protects your API. You can't randomly check in and check out. Before you do that, you have to confirm with the middleware, like whether you have the right privileges or not. So we're going to wrap our rest of our API endpoints using middleware. Okay, now one of the things first I want to do over here is change over here a little bit. So in that case, I actually want to open up our file, which is called route service provider, the second one. And over here, actually, I want to define a namespace globally so that I can get rid of these things over here, like instead of writing this thing every time. So we can define the namespace of our controllers globally. So over here we're going to declare a variable. So here we'll call it protected. The type is protected, and then we'll call it namespace. And inside this we have to have this one. All right, so with this we have globally defined, and other things I don't think we need to change. Okay, and now after this over here we need to make the change. Now since it's already globally defined, So over here we can make a group, actually group of routes that has the same namespace. So over here we'll say namespace API over here, and I think I'm missing the slash, not slash, the brackets. So namespace help you where the controllers are. It helps you to know where the controllers are. All right, so we have this one, and then we have to move it up. All right, okay, now with this you shouldn't have any problem. And of course, when you write like this, you can just simply go ahead and remove this. We don't need this anymore, because right now this namespace is globally defined over here. Okay, and let's be consistent over here, because I think over here they're using one quotation mark, so like this. So let's do the same over here. Okay, and right after this, we need to work on the authentication layer, the one that I was talking about. So user can log in right now, that's not a problem. Now after logging in, if they want to do anything, they have to go through an authentication. That's what I was talking about. Now in that case, we will have a middleware to protect it, to know whether user has logged in or not. Now we already have this middleware, Sanctum middleware, which we have worked before. We have already installed that. Okay, now we'll make a new group of endpoints, and those endpoints would go through middleware. So that's why here you have to say middleware, and after that you have to mention your middleware name. So what kind of middleware is it? So this is auth middleware, and the middleware we are using, that's called Sanctum middleware. So this is here, you have to introduce. It's like telling you, okay, go through a middleware, but what middleware? Okay, so that's what you are telling over here. So Sanctum middleware will help us to know whether we are logged in or not. If we are not logged in, we won't be able to do what the things that we want to do. All right, okay, great. So this is actually authentication layer, authentication middleware. Okay, right. Now inside this we want to define some routes. Okay, now these routes are protected using this middleware. Now first route we want to define is get course list. Okay, so here we would say route any, and inside this here we'll have an endpoint, and we'll call it course list, because the list just we have created on the backend, we want to see them. And then over here you want to say your controller's name, and the controller that we have just now created, we will mention it over here. So here we'll say course course controller, actually, or instead of doing like this, I think we can also do like this. So I'm going to copy this and put it here, and we'll call it course controller, and here we'll say course list. Okay, great. So this is the endpoint that would be pointing from our front end. It would find this controller and then find the method in the controller. And how to find this controller? We already have defined our namespace for all the controllers. We have to have this namespace that inside this HTTP folder that's directly recognized by this one. So everything would be inside the controllers. We already inside this controllers folder, we already defined that. And after that, it'll see, okay, there is also a namespace API. So go ahead and use that namespace in a sense. Okay, it'll add API in front of this path, and then it can find this one, and then it can find this one. All right, great. Okay, good. Now, one of the things we want to do right away over here, that we want to define a route. Well, our route is there. Now we want to create a function. So the function would be public function course list. All right, that's it. Okay. Now, one of the very first thing you want to do, you want to actually return a response. Now, of course, we are not inside this controller. We are inside this controller, right? Okay, and you want to return a response over here. Now, it could be any kind of response, so I'm going to just copy this, and then I'm going to put it here, and here we'll say data is available. Okay, all right, and my course list is here. Oh, in that case, be consistent. All right, save this. Okay, now this is something that we can test right away. Now, before that, I have to make sure that my app is running.
So here's our app, and I just started it, and over here I'm going to log in and make sure that none of the changes we made is disrupting our app. So let's go ahead and log in, and we'll see how it responds. And over here we do see that it says an invalid status code 500. Now the reason we have this invalid status code, well, actually there are a few changes that we still need to make. Now we already have this one over here, that's fine. Now since this is a namespace, and over here the boot method, you see inside this we are using middleware API, and here we say that where to find the the API. But since we are using a global namespace for all of our controllers, so for the API file it should be activated. And to activate it over here, you can just simply do like this, namespace, and inside this namespace. Okay, so this namespace points to this variable over here. Then you should save it. But of course, if you have web app and web routes should be controlled using this global controllers namespace, then you should also use it over here. Okay, now with this changes, we're almost ready. Now over here we also need to change. If we are going to use a namespace like this, then the way we write, we cannot write it like this. So in our case, we have to write it like this: post login, and then here we would say user controller at create user. That's the preferred way of writing. Now this writing doesn't work with if you define global namespace for controllers. So let's go ahead and save it. All right. Now we need to first log in, and now we'd be able to log in. And if we can log in, we can get the token or access token. And if we can get access token, then we'd be able to access this one. So now back to our app over here. I'm going to stop it, and now I'm going to log in. Now before you log in, actually we need to make sure one more thing. Sometimes it's very important. A lot of times you should do that. So you should run this command: php artisan cache clear, php artisan config clear, php artisan routes clear. So with this, they might have some cache about configuration and routes. You can clean them because this is a big change in the route service providers. So to take effect, you should remove the earlier cache and routes, the list and everything. And hopefully after that it should work. Now I'm going to click login. And this time, yes, we see that we are logged in. And over here, I am printing the access token. So in the Postman itself, over here, we are going to have a new API for testing. Now the API should need our IP address. So I'm going to copy it from here and then put it here. You should also copy and then API, and then we do course list. And let's hit enter. Well, over here we do see that it says login route is not defined. Well, login route is defined. The problem is over here, because you see this login routes over here, not login actually, course controller is using middleware. This middleware needs a token, but we actually didn't pass any token for this. So we need to do that. So the way Laravel throw exception over here, most probably to protect you. It's not about login route, it's about the authentication. But of course, this authentication is part of the login, because once you log in, you create a token and you should be using that token to do operation. So if you are not providing token, Laravel thinks you haven't logged in, so you have to provide token to access it. Now here we already have this token, so I'm going to copy it one more time. I'm going to come to this Postman and then authorization, and I'm going to do bearer token, select this and put it here. Okay, all right, so we need the token in authorization tab. Let's go ahead and hit enter. But there's another error. It says the course controller not defined. Now that's because of this kind of writing. The way we are writing now, it's not supported. It is supported if you fall back to the old way of writing. Now with this, the error should be gone. All right. So make sure you have correct writing. Okay, so if we are going to use auth controllers, our namespace globally, then our writing style has to be changed, not like this. Okay, great. Now let's come over here, hit over this, and then we hit enter. Beautiful. So we do get a successful status. Now this successful status, that means that we can hit our endpoint of course controller over here. That means that we can go ahead and start to write our code, which is part of the API. Okay, so I'm going to leave this like this because we need them actually. And at the top, we want to get all the courses we have. Now I'm going to create a variable result, and then over here I'm going to get our course model, and inside this from the model itself we are going to have a method which is select, and we want to select name, thumbnail, and lesson num, price, and ID. And after that we're gonna use the get method to return everything whatever we have. Now here it says that it can't find this course, so I'm going to do use app models course like that. Okay, now let's save it. Now inside this we can just simply go ahead and return like this. Say we have result. Okay, all right. Now with this, we'd be able to hit our endpoint one more time and then see how it looks like. So open it up, and then over here we do see that our data is in JSON format actually. So this is more like the JSON format, but from Laravel or PHP side, and that's beautiful. And remember how we're returning thumbnail. We are not returning any kind of IP address. We are returning just the path, but not tagging with our URL or domain name. So if you change the domain, just put the domain name right before it in your front-end code, then you are good to go. Now we'll go ahead and create one more lesson. So here I'm going to go ahead and create a lesson. Here I might say a Flutter course, and okay, I'm gonna select visual identity. So I'm going to select this, and then over here I'm going to select a simple video. I'm going to select a simple video over here, and then best front-end course. Input is set 30, the price over here 3 lessons, video length 60, teacher, freelancer. Now let's go ahead and save it. That's what we see. Okay, so we have more courses created from backend, and now it's getting more and more interesting. Now hit it one more time. Here we do see that we have more information, so that also means that our API is working correctly. Now we'd see a little further what we are doing over here inside this course controller. Now of course we are returning all the course list, right? So I'm gonna do it here, returning all the course list. And here we do see that we are using this get method to return everything. What does the select method do? Actually, select method helps you to select the fields. Okay, select the fields. All right. Select the fields, right. What if you don't have this get method? And now let's try our API over here. Now let's hit. So it's not going to return anything. Okay, it just selected, but it didn't get anything. So with the select method, it selects things, but it doesn't return anything. So that's one thing you have to remember. So what's going to happen? Well, of course, if you can go ahead and instead of select, you can also return get like this. Now let's go ahead and try our Postman. Okay, now here we do see that. Okay, so we have 2 courses, and each of the courses over here we're just returning their names. Now over here in general, if you don't use select, it's just going to return part of the fields. Okay, now we are going to return in an array format. Now let's hit. So as you can see, it also works like that. I mean, if you have this brasses over here. Now most of the time we use a select and get together. Now that's the reason most of a lot of the programmers just do like that, and that became more like a convention. But of course, if you want, instead of selecting this select, you can also use get. Now with get, you have to have this one, there's 2 things, this braces. But if you use select and get together, you don't need to do that. Now if you don't want to do like this, you can also do the other way. For example, if you just want, you can also return get directly like this. Now with this, it's gonna return everything from the database and all the fields. Okay, all right. Now I'm gonna stick to the convention the way we do, like this. So it means select these fields and then get me the results. So that's the idea. So that is the basic difference also between select and get. All right, so you need to make sure that when you use your Postman, you're using this header correctly. You need to pass the header in the authorization section and then hit enter. If you don't know where to get it, actually during login, I remember that, not over here, during login, we were printing it. So go ahead and find your sign-in controller and you should be able to print that. Now we get this data. Now our job is to actually go ahead and retrieve the data in the app itself. Now this is where we need to set up our API. Now this is all about showing courses. Now the thing is that while this should be in common folder, so I'm going to do that. So over here I'm going to create an API folder. And why? Because this API would be used throughout the app in many different places. It doesn't really belong to any kind of screen. Okay, so that's why we are going to create a common folder. Now inside this, here we'll have course api.dart. So we're going to add it to Git. All right. And here we're going to create a class. We're going to call it course API, like that. And here we're going to create a static method and it would be course list. Now inside this, we are going to use await http util dot, here we're going to call post method. Now of course it's going to throw errors, so let's go ahead and import it as a package actually. So I'm going to do more actions and import it as a package, and over here we need to do async modifier. Now inside this, of course, we need to pass something, our path, and which would be course list. Okay, this is something that we want to pass over here. Now this is the endpoint that we have in the backend. Now we know what's going to happen, so it's going to come over here and we are passing the path, and then eventually it will look for authorization header, which is our access token, which should be coming from here, which is saved. Eventually it is this one. Okay, all right, so this is something that it's going to look for. Well, let's come over here. Now of course it would give us a response, so this is the response that we want to save. Okay, first we do for response. All right, okay, now inside this, here we want to return something called course list response entity dot from JSON. All right, so all we need to do, pass the response object to it. Now of course it's throwing error and we're gonna fix it. All right, so let's see over here inside our folder over here, inside this model. So here actually we should have one model or entity, so that would be our course list response entity, that one. So we're gonna come over here and create a new file, and we're gonna call it course entities.dart, and inside this we are going to use this code. Now of course this code you guys don't have. Now you can definitely go ahead and check it from the link or in the resources section. I'll put the code so that you can go ahead and get it. All right, so go ahead and get it from the resources section and then save it. All right, now if we come over here, all we need to do, go ahead and import it. All right, and the error should be gone. So what's happening over here, remember this one, this API, which we already have tested, it's going to return us this one and the data section. Now data section has actually more data inside it, so more like list inside list, or this is also a JSON format. So this is JSON data inside this JSON, because outside it's also curly braces. Now that's why whatever the response is there that comes, we actually pass from JSON method, and from JSON method, okay, let me go ahead and reorganize the code. Cancel. All right. So over here, you'll see that, okay, the whole JSON object we pass code message, they don't change, and that's fine. And over here, so the data section, so this data section is what is this, once again, which we have seen before. This data section is this one, and everything inside this. So there is something that data inside data, right? So we need to loop through it, and that's what we are doing over here. So one more time. So over here, this is course item, which is actually another model or entity. Now this course item actually contains all of this information that should be coming inside this. But of course, over here we have just few of them. But it takes a lot more than this, and which is good because most of them are optional. Even if you don't pass some of them, it's fine. It's not going to crash because it is optional. All right. So over here, it takes the list and it goes through in a loop, okay, and eventually returns something called course item over here. Okay, so if you go ahead and see, so these are the fields it takes. Now remember, if you have a complex model, so you have to have it like this, where you'll have a model inside model. So this is our first model, and inside this we have another model, or entities inside entity. Okay, now if your inner entities, they have a lot of data, so then you have to use this from method. So, and then inside this you have to pass this JSON data section and call the map method. So what happens, actually this map is more like it's going through a for loop. Now I have other tutorials about JSON list and map. You can also check out those tutorials, because if I want to talk about this map, it would be really long. All right. Okay, so it goes through a loop one by one. So it would be like section by section. It goes. This is the data is returned, and whatever the data is returned, we are interested in name, thumbnail, lesson. But of course, if we want, most probably we can include more of this information, and which we'll see. Anyway, so that's how we get the data. So now this is ready. So what does it tell us? All we need to do now, we need to go ahead and call this course list. But of course, before we call it, we need to return it over here as a feature. Otherwise, we'll get an error. Okay. All right. Okay. Now, where to call this from? Where to call this from? You see over here, we have this home controller, right? Now, last time we learned that this one actually does, what does it do? Well, actually, it is returning async data, which means that async notify provider. Now we need to create one more. So I'm going to copy this, and then I'm going to come over here. And over here, we can say something like this. Course list, okay? Or I'll keep it like this, home course list. All right, so let's go ahead and copy this and put it here. Make sure that you have underscore and $sign. All right, and then over here inside this, we are going to return a type. What do you want to return? Over here, actually, we want to return like this, list course item. This is the thing actually eventually we are interested in. Remember, we are only interested in this section, whatever inside is data. Now that data section is actually referred by this course item over here. Eventually, this is where we're returning from here. So
whatever it is there, we are just only interested in this course item section. But of course now with this it's not gonna work. We need to okay, let's go ahead and change it step by step. And over here we do var result. Here we do await and course API dot course list, this one. All right, now over here we need to use async, and after that we need to do a bit of checking to check if result dot code equal 200. Over here we're going to return result dot data. Okay, so this result dot data, replace it with feature object. Okay, yeah, here actually we have too many of them. Actually we can just work with only one and it should work. All right, okay, now what else? Make type nullable. It says it can return null, but actually we can just simply return null from here as well. If we do that, we also don't need this. It does want you to return nullable, so let's do it. Because we are returning null over here, we are going to say this. Now what's happening over here? Let's go through it one more time. Now course list, this one returns us course list response entity, right? And that's true. And then from here we grab the result, and inside this we just want result.data, which refers to this section over here. And this section is actually this kind of course model. Okay, all right, so that's why we have actually used list course, because it's gonna return a list. Why list? As you can see, it's data inside data. So I mean more and more data inside this list. So remember, this is also more like a list, this one. So it has a lot of items inside our list. So that's what we are returning. Okay, well, beautiful. Now over here, of course, we need to run the command. Otherwise we'll get error. Let me see. Okay, this one, this guy. And hopefully it generated, and if it did, we can look at this on this file over here. So there is more of them, which is home course list over here, and as you can see also it is auto dispose async notifier provider. So this is also async notifier provider. So earlier we also had auto dispose async notifier provider, because this all deals with future data. All right, so that's how it works over here. Now over here we have generated this course list. Right, now how do we actually go ahead and use them? Now this is where we have generated, but how are we going to use them?
Okay, so now, well, here there are a few things that we need to know. Well, let me go ahead and first add this annotation override, because that's what it wants. And at the same time, we do see that over here we are returning future or, and here just future and why. Even before I give you the answer, so let's go ahead and create a method actually. Now, or do it like this, add override over here, and here I would do future or, and then here we do list course item, this one, and it could be nullable, and then over here I'll have this build method async like this, and inside this I'm going to do return fetch course list like this. Now this one I'm going to actually put it here instead of this So I'm going to put it here instead of this, and this would be a method. Okay, now you see it changed dramatically, and here it says remove the annotation, and we are good. Now here we do see that we have future or and the future, and at the same time we do see that future or actually calls this one, and this one gets the data. Now why future or and future? Now this is actually a very safer way to work with asynchronous call or operations. The future or means the data could be future or could be just any normal type. Let me give you an example. When you write future, okay, let me do it like this. So when you write like this, future here, future 42, now what's going to happen, it's just going to return future type data where you have to wait forcefully, even if you don't, because not every time everywhere you need to wait data, okay, as you can't really do hard coded. All right, but then when you do future or, here it changes. So here it says that yeah, you may wait, you may not wait, it depends on the event loop, which has to do with Dart core infrastructure, the way the event loop works, and this is more optimized way of doing this one. Okay, and so that's why over here we did like this. This is more optimized, even though internally it calls future list, but not all the time you may need to wait. For example, if your data is already available and you want to refresh the page, most probably you don't need to go back to the backend and refresh the data again. You can still use the old data. In that case, it would just be list course rather than always awaiting. So this is more optimized. And this kind of example we also see if we work with Riverpod official documentation. Okay, so that's why it's given like this. So over here, so I would say that yes, it's safer to work and use. All right, okay. Now anyway, so this is what we have over here. All right, so now this time to go ahead and call it from our front end, and how we are going to do that. We don't need this. Most probably we'd be needing this one. Now let's come over here, home widget. Now let's see. Now over here we have this course item grid. So very first thing you might want to do over here, pass ref object. Okay, so whatever the ref is available, because of this one, we are going to go ahead and get that one. Okay, now let's come over here, and definitely it's gonna throw an error because we don't have ref object. So let's go ahead and grab that. So final widget ref. Okay, now inside this we're gonna do this dot ref, and most probably it wants us to use require, so let's go ahead and do that. And now let's come over here. What else? Now in that case we need to remove const. It wants us to remove const as it can't make ref as const, which is difficult for it. Now inside this we have this images. All right, now one of the thing we want to do over here is access our course list. And how are you gonna do that? Now previously we have seen that actually we can access ref.watch to access any kind of provider, and that's what we are going to do over here. So here we do final and course list, or course state actually. Maybe this makes more sense. So here we do watch, and then home course list provider, this one. So with this we'll be able to actually now call the data and show it over here. Now how exactly we are going to do that? Now let's see if we can do some interesting things. All right, so let's continue to work on this. And over here we'll learn very interesting thing, that how Riverpod actually helps us to catch error, especially when you use async notify provider. Okay, well, so let's cover the background before that. So here we have this course list, and it loads data from our server. This is an API call,
And then over here, eventually, once we load the data, we return result of data, and result of data is list course item. So inside this, actually, we are returning list of course item. Of course, course item is a model or entity. All right. Okay, so that's what we have seen so far. Okay, so now over here in our home page, one of the widget that we built is course item grid. Well, it's not much. It's just returning a grid builder, because over here we are returning a list of items, list of courses, so a lot of images and photos, and we want to show them over here, right? So that's what we want to do. And at the same time, we also passed the ref object inside this widget so that we can grab it and access this home course list provider. Now, this home course list provider is the provider that is generated over here, and this is async notifier provider. Anyway, so now this is, we go ahead and read the provider, we get the provider, and then we have this data. Now, this one contains information inside. What information? The information that we have over here, right? Now, we have seen that over here, our endpoint actually working fine on Postman, and it's returning data. And the data is this one, and over here also JSON information, which contains actually a list of JSONs, right? So this is what we also want to show it in our front end. Now, this is what this course state is going to hold all this information, the one that we have seen over here. Okay, now how to get the data? Well, actually, rather than how to get the data, I should ask the question how to show the data. Now, since this contains data and this counts with the helper function, now I'm going to cut this. And since this is async notify provider, it gives you to handle data step by step. And how do you access that? Here, course state dot when function actually. Now over here inside this data, for this data property, it will inject the available data that comes. So here, this one actually would contain whatever the data is available. And after that, you can return your data like this, or actually return a widget. So the widget we are just going to return, which is our grid builder. Now over here, inside this, we can grab error, and you can also trace them back. You can call stack trace. You can name it anything, it doesn't matter, and it's very convenient actually. And then for now over here we could say error. All right, if you want, you can wrap it around and the widget. Let me see if we can. Center widget, right? And the loading itself, we could do the same over here. So first we're gonna return a center widget, and then over here child, and then text. Over here we can say loading. All right, so with this the error should be gone. And now let's go ahead and reformat our code. So this is what we have. So course state will load our data. I mean, it would hold our data. When the data is available, it would be given to this one. And then over here, this would actually have a callback widget function. So this is what is happening here. So this widget is being returned. And then over here, we can show the errors. And if you're loading, we can also do the same thing. All right. Now remember, earlier we have seen that our Postman actually works. So if we call the data, the same API, we call it from Postman, it works. So now let's go ahead and see. All right. So what are we supposed to see? Let's go ahead and run it. All right. So over here, it did say that error. Let's go ahead and try it one more time. First, we might say it's loading and then error. So looks like we have error accessing the data from our app. Even the Postman gives us the correct data. Now this gives us an initial hint that, okay, we are getting the data from backend, but actually something is wrong somewhere. Where it could go wrong, it could go wrong actually over here inside this course list, wherever you are calling it from JSON, and somewhere here most probably matching data, because it didn't say that it couldn't get the data. It can get the data, but after getting the data, over here we are throwing error. Now first thing is about Riverpod. Riverpod is actually helping us to avoid errors and crash. So that's why it gave us a few convenient properties. One is error and loading. So for loading, of course, it tries to load the data, and when loading is done, it tries to display. But if for some reason it can't display, so if it can't display the data or something is wrong with the data, of course data processing, then it shows error, and that's what it tells us. But here actually we don't know what error is this. Now we can remove this one and do error to string. Now this is very convenient because Riverpod gives us this error property, which takes a callback function which gets auto triggered when if there is an error. Now we hope that this will contain error if we have. Okay, so now let's go ahead and run it and we'll see how it goes. But of course nothing is over here, but here it says that int type is not subtype of string. So here it's saying that hey, something is wrong in your app. It's just a type mismatching, and this is something I told you before, that most probably we might have issues over here, but this still doesn't give us enough data to go ahead and know where it is. We know kind of error, but it's one step further, but we need to know more. In that case, actually, once again, this is where Riverpod shines in terms of processing and handling error. So here, instead of this error, we can use this stack trace. So let's go ahead and copy that and put it here. Whatever is there, actually, we can trace them, and this is awesome. But of course, this is just for debugging purpose. In real life, you wouldn't show the error here, right? So you'd process it on your own. And how would you process that? Well, this is the error, right? So that's the first thing. And I was saying that how would you process it? In general, you could also do it like this. You can have this curly brace instead of having arrow function, and then here you return this one. Okay, and it would still work. And this time, instead of having this one on the screen, you can just say error loading or whatever. Okay, error loading data, error loading data. Now we can, let's put a const over here, and then actually over here we can print the error itself. So here you can stack trace to string. Beautiful. Okay, now let's go ahead and try and we'll see how it goes. So here error loading data, and here we see the exact error. Now since we are able to print the exact error, and which is beautiful, and this is being possible because of Riverpod, the way async notifier provider works. So it's saying that over here we have errors, so it's pointing out. And earlier we have seen that it was also saying that the type mismatching error. Now if you want, you can exactly print the what type of error. It's telling you the path of the error, I mean tracing back where the error started, and it ends over here, which is definitely pointing over here, but we don't know what kind of error is it, right? So over here you can also print here, say error dot string. Now let's go ahead and run it. And here first it says that okay, it's a type mismatching, and if you want to know where it is coming from, go over here. Now we can trace it from our home controller to API course to course entities, as well as over here and then here. So here it's saying that the price is not matching the type, and it is telling you what's the problem, exact problem. It says that okay, well, you are giving me int, but I want string. So here it is string, right? You see the price is string. So it's telling you, look, I want string, but you are giving me int. So over here we are assigning int to a string, so that's the problem. So one thing we could do here, we could do cast to string object. Okay, so it would convert it to string, and then the arrow should be gone. Beautiful. Well, at least we don't have any error. That means that our widget over here, it's working. And how we know that? Even though nothing is printed there, but in fact over here we could do it like this. Say now we have data over here, right? So data, we could do length. Whatever the data is there, get the length of that. Now just now it was hard-coded item 6, right? We had 6 items, but now we have very dynamic data. So because the length is 2, we just see 2 of them. And how we confirm it also from Postman, because you see inside Postman over here for the data section we only have 2 JSON sections, or JSON data is being returned. So our total item is a 2. Beautiful. So this is a wonderful place, and this is also the contribution from Riverpod that how it helps you to track error, trace error if you are going to work with asynchronous operation or network error. I mean network data handling. So next time when you deal with Riverpod and get data from network, definitely you should make your provider a sync notifier provider, which means that you load data using future and future or, then return the data, and on your UI you need to grab the provider, and on that provider you should call when function, and after calling when, inside this it will have 3 properties: data, error, and loading, and you can use each of them to trace back and show error or display error and display data on the UI. Anyway, so our next section should be showing the image data over here that's coming from network. All right, so this is what we have, and we've been successfully able to solve this error as well as load data. Not only that, actually, right now we'll go ahead and show the image. And how to do that? Well, the first thing is that over here we can't really use this image because this image is actually asset image, right? So we need to change it to something called network image. I think we already have app image, or there should be an image, app image with color, image loader. I remember that we had one, app image with color. I'm not sure that this is the one that we're looking for. No, it doesn't look like. I think it should be app box decoration image. App box shadow with radius. Is it so? Oh, not even this one. Let me see. Yes, app box decoration image. This is something that actually we had early. So we're going to go ahead and use this, right? And over here it needs image path. So how we could do that? Here, let's path image path. Let's pass image path. Now remember, since this is network image, so we also need to pass server address. Now here is the thing. So we are going to pass server address, and we're going to pass it inside a variable. So here we're going to call it appconst.server app URL. Now this is going to connect with the image that we get from the link itself. So what is that we get? And we know that's inside this data index, and then we get a thumbnail, and we say thumbnail is not null, and over here we say data is not null. Okay, all right, now let's go ahead and hit it. We might encounter issues, and looks like yes, we have. Now I know that the images, the path is wrong because images are saved in uploads folder. If you want to confirm with me, actually you can do that. So every time you upload an image,
those images goes to public uploads image over here. So these are the images that I have uploaded from my backend. So I need to include this path, this uploads path. Right now it's skipping this uploads, directly showing these images. All right, so that's the problem. Now if so, we can actually define a new image path in app const. We have app const or just const over here. So I'm going to do it like this: static and string. Over here we'll have image uploads path. Image uploads. Well, okay, I'm gonna go ahead with this, and inside this I'm going to have this like as a string. So here we'll have server API URL, and even before that, oh, not before that, after that over here we're going to use uploads, okay, and a slash, and it should work. Okay, so this is something that eventually we're going to use. So here we can just simply call image upload path. Well, let's go ahead and save it. Well, and here it did say that invalid image data. Looks like we have double slashes. It might not gonna work. So after or before uploads, to remove that because there is already one, as you can see. All right, so let's save it. And this time we don't see any issue though. All right, so that over here this error is gone, but we still don't see any images. Let's go ahead and restart it. Okay, beautiful and awesome. So not only we can load from the images, not only we can load from server, but also we can actually show on our UI. This is a big progress that we have made. Now this is too much spacing gapping, so I don't want to do that. I'm gonna do it here like 15 and 15, much lesser. With this it looks like more like bigger, but I think this is still not working as I expected. Cross access count, and now we can also assign something called over here a child aspect ratio. So 1.6, or I think this is a very standard one. All right, so now there is this problem over here. So I'm not sure that this is being applied at the same time. Okay, so this width and height could be a problem, and as you can see it became much smaller after having this. Let me reformat the code. Okay, just like this. Okay, cross-access count, cross-access spacing, main access spacing. So these are the data that we have learned before, and it should be working fine. Now let's come over here. Inside this, okay, we have box fit height. How about fit width? Let's go ahead and save it. So this is much better. But now if we change this one, it's going to affect other places. So we don't want to change it directly over here. We can pass it from here. Final box, I think box fit, this one. Okay, this is the property that we want to pass, and we can just call it fit. All right, fit, whatever you can pass from there, that'd be good. And then over here we could do this dot fit. Now here we can give it a default value, box fit dot height, whatever it is currently, that one. So let's go ahead and remove that. So it becomes a fit. Now from here, as we are calling, we can pass additional parameters over here. So here we could do box fit dot fit with. Let me check with fit with how it goes. Now let's go ahead and restart it. Okay, this is much better. And there is also I think fill, the last one. Go ahead and do that. Okay, now it does look a little bit weird, so I'm gonna go ahead with width. I think this is much better. Okay, so far so good. All right, so now that's happening inside this. Okay, what about we apply a padding to it, because it doesn't look that great actually. A lot of spacing. So here, let's remove that. So edge insets, I think edge insets only. This is something that one that we want. Okay, or symmetric is better actually. So here we could do vertical say 18.h, and horizontal, for now let's put 0 for horizontal, and let's remove that. Okay, and after that it should be fine. Okay, so it came down. Awesome. So this part is also working. So over here actually we made a tremendous progress about building our own API and showing them on the UI and loading them from the backend, and showing over here as well. Okay, so this is really beautiful. Okay, so far so good, and we've been doing great progress. And if you liked it so far, don't forget to give me 5 rating, which I would very appreciate. Anyway, so we're gonna do some more interesting and exciting thing with this. Okay, so let's go ahead and see what we want to do. So here is our response being printed, and then let's come over here. Let's go to home page, and we see that it prints again. If you come over here, go to home page, it prints again. Now, why? Well, the reason is because of this one. So every time we leave this page, this screen, this provider gets destroyed. Remember, all of our providers, the way we generate, most of them are auto dispose notifier or auto dispose provider. Only like this, these are not auto disposed because it keeps it alive. And at the same time, now this is the reason that why these pages they get destroyed, because like these two are alive and they don't get destroyed, but this one does. Now one of the solution is that we can use this called singleton class. Now we have to make a singleton class of this, and then create an instance of this controller, and then initialize it only once, and use the same instance again to get the data from the object itself, not really recalling this. Because over here, right now, when we leave the page, everything gets destroyed. So this provider gets recreated. So the recreation is the problem, so which is like object is recreated, which works like a classic controller. So each time you visit a page, and that page gets reinitialized. So that's the problem. Now, if you want to prevent destruction of controllers, then we should make our controller singleton, because as I said again, with singleton, in general, you'll have only one instance. Not in general, you always have one instance, and you don't get to recreate again, because you can't, the way singleton works. So the solution is to one way that we convert this into a singleton class. That's one way to go, and which we can do. But actually, since we are using Riverpod, it even provides better way to handle this. What's the better way? Actually, we know this one. So once you mark your controller the Riverpod keep alive, it works like a singleton. It works like a singleton class, which means that it has only one instance, and that instance would be used throughout the app, and it would be alive. It would keep alive all the time. And of course, if there are changes, it would listen to the changes, but it doesn't get destroyed. So that's the beauty of Riverpod providers. If you generate them using Riverpod keep alive this flag over here. Okay, so that's what we want to do. All right, so all we need to do, we need to come over here, remove this, and then come over here. All right, so we marked it as keep alive. Now let's come over here, and it would get rebuilt. Beautiful, it already did. Now we're gonna come over here. Let's go ahead and change the pages. Okay, it got called once, and let's come over here. Let's come again, and let me check that whether we are let's go ahead and restart it actually. Okay, now let's come over here. Now let's come over here, and we see that it doesn't get reprinted. Beautiful. Whatever you do, it doesn't get reprinted. Let's take a look carefully. Okay, which means that this provider is alive, and it is alive. It doesn't create any instance of it. All right, you can understand it like this. Over here we were creating instance, but with this, because provider is alive, so that's why you don't need to create any new instance, and that only happens with Riverpod keep alive. So we understand that Riverpod keep alive, this flag makes a Riverpod provider or a controller more like a singleton class, and which is beautiful. Now what's the next thing? Well, now it creates a new problem. What if we have new data coming? Okay, what if you want to refresh the page, but right now we can't, even though it can scroll up and down, but actually it's not refreshing, it's just a scrolling up and down. What are you gonna do? Now in that case, actually we need to come over here, our home widget over here, this one. Now we can make the whole page actually refreshable. Now how to do that? Now I'm gonna cut this one, and then I'm going to wrap it around refresh indicator, and then it would take a child, and in the child itself we're going to keep this, and then it has a callback function which is called onFresh, on refresh actually. Now refresh takes a feature, so we need to assign a feature. So what does this feature do? This feature is actually for refreshing your data. So what data you want to refresh? Actually the data we want to refresh that comes through this one. Now over here, what actually gets data from server for the first time? Actually this method, right? This method, this is the method that gets called load the data, right? So this is something that we want to call from here inside this, but right now this is private. So the first thing we have to do, we need to convert it to a public method. I mean, you can't have this underscore. Underscore makes it private. Now next time you want to refresh it, all you need to do, you have to call like this, ref.refresh method. Then inside this you call your provider, in our case home course list provider, and then notifier, and then the method itself. Our method is fetch course list, this one, and that's it. And after that you have to do return. So it would get the data and refresh the related refresh the related event listener. our listeners, or the one that takes the data. For example, over here, this one, this listens to this home course list provider, which is this object. So it will update this object, which means the callback inside this, which means the widgets, they'll all get updated with the new data. All right, so that's how it should work. Now let's go ahead and restart our app. Okay, everything is still same as before. We'll see that over here we don't call our API again. And then right now we'll get this refresh indicator. As you see, when you call the refresh indicator, actually you get data from server, and that's what happened over here. We are getting data from the server. Beautiful. So once we make our class singleton, and after that, if you want to refresh the data, first you can use refresh indicator over here, and inside this, first one could be any kind of widget, and second one, where over here we have on refresh, this one would get data from the server. So you need to call the related method with the related provider, and make sure that you call it inside ref.refresh, and that's how everything should work. Well, so far so good, and let's continue to work on this. Well, definitely we don't need any of this, so I'm going to remove this, and let's keep it as it is. I think that's fine. So that's the image, and this is a grid view builder, and it looks like everything is as expected. Now here we have this grid, right? And inside grid we have this image, and this is what actually we were showing. Well, but in fact we don't want to show things like this. Want to take things a bit. In fact, what we want is that we want to show the image course name over here and number of lessons given. For example, you see that we have a course name and number of lessons. Well, of course, if you want, you can show a lot more information. But how to do that? Now, it should be actually inside this one. Over here, you see that we are using this box decoration, app box decoration image, which has decoration and image, and this is inside a container. Okay, all right. Now over here, actually we want to assign a child, so the child would be a column. But now let me see how many places actually this thing we are using. If we are using it in too many places, then actually we can't really reuse it. Well, app box shadow, well, looks like this one, and the home widget, which is this one. All right, so it doesn't look like we are using in many different places, because I just found out that actually we are using it over here and just in one place. Well, if this is so, actually we can extend more information on this. All right, okay, because we want to show the image name, which is the course name, and the price. So that's what we want to do. Now remember, this one actually takes a child. So over here we could do child, and here we'll have column, and then we'll have children. Why we are going to do that? The reason is because over here we are going to show course name, and down there right after that we would be showing the number of lessons offered by this course. So that's why we have these things. All right, so let's go ahead and do that. Now over here, the first thing we want to do, we want to have a container, and inside the container, so let's say we'll have child, and then here we can use text widget. Now what kind of text widget we'd be using? Well, the text that will have well, alignment, as well as a bit of fading, so that kind of thing. But I don't think we have widgets for that one. So if we don't have, So we're just gonna go ahead and create our own custom widget. Of course, we do see it over here, but this is something not that we want. Now, for this reason, we're gonna come over here, global widgets, and text widgets over here. And over here, we are going to build a new class. Now, I can actually copy any of this. I'm going to copy this one. And from here, I'm going to copy it and put it right here. Now, instead of this, I'm going to actually rename it. You can name it actually anything. So over here, I'm going to rename it fade text, because this is where I'm going to show fade text. So that's why I'm going to change it to fade text. And I'm going to also assign a default color and primary element text. This one, this is the one that I'm going to assign. And over here, what else? So I also want to assign some hard-coded property this time over here. Now text align dot left, this one. So this is something that I want to have it. And the font weight looks like I can keep it bold this time, so which I'm going to do. And what else? Let me think. We also have another property which is called soft wrap, actually soft wrap. So I think it also helps you to prevent overflowing, so something like that. And over here, I'm going to also do max lines 1. We just also want to have 1. And over here, I also want to have overflow property. So text overflow dot fade, this one. Now, one thing that I want to add with this is a final font weight, this one. And I'm going to add it over here, this dot font weight equal, so let's give it a default value, font weight dot bold, this one. I think I did it wrong. Actually, I was thinking of font size. Font size. Do we have font size? I think we have to have font size, otherwise it's just not gonna work, right? So actually that could be any kind of double, not really font itself. We can say font size. And over here, font size. And you can have a default value there. It doesn't matter. And this time we're going to remove that. So here we're going to say font size dot sp, this one. So this is something that we want to have. So this is all about fade text. The text should be there, regular color has been given. We can also change font size has been given. We can also change the only thing, so this few things becoming hard coded. All right. Okay, so if this is so, this is the time that we go ahead and call it. So over here, we can just simply go ahead and call fade text, this one. And then inside this, what do you want to do? The first thing you want to do is also passing something. And what do you want to pass? The thing is that, oh, okay, either we pass this one or even pass this value. Now, passing this value would help me, because otherwise you have to pass the whole provider, and which is, I think, kind of meaningless. Okay, so the only thing you want to pass, look through it, actually one of the items, which is actually would be a course item. Okay, so now inside this, a box decoration image, which is this one we've been working all this time. So we can actually over here, not this one, let me close this one, grab something. Okay, so here we could say final and course item. Okay, so this is something that we also want to pass over here. Now here we'd say required, this time this dot course item, course item. This is required because I also don't want to put any default value to it, so that's why I made it required. Now if it is required, now over here you need to pass course item, and you have to grab it from this data index. So let's go ahead and do that, and try the value. We'll try removing this. Okay, let me go ahead and remove this. Okay, now let's come over here, this one over here. Okay, so we would be able to grab this one. If we can grab this one over here, now the first thing we could do is inside this fade text has a text, right? So let's go ahead and pass the text inside this. So over here we're gonna pass course item dot name. So this should be our name. Now string, so we know that by this time it is not empty, so that's why let's force it. Now let's go ahead and save it. And it looks like we have a bit of issue. What is it? What's happening? Context found, but argument doesn't match. Required named parameter must be provided. What is it? I think I already did that. Ah, right. So now over here, this one can't have this, right? So that's the problem. Now it's gonna mess up because app box decoration image we're passing, and we said it required, but we are not passing it for home banner. Remember, for this one, I think home app banner somewhere here. So this also uses the same widget. So that's the problem. We are also calling it here. So that's why it's causing error. Now, how to solve this one? Now, just now we made it required. So let me go ahead and make it. So let's keep it like this. And we can say null here. So it could be nullable. Okay. And that's why here we also checking, we are saying that it's not null, but it can throw an error in future. So now over here, now I know this is getting confusing. I'll explain after having this code done. Okay, so if null, then just if it is null, then just show a container, otherwise show the column itself. Okay, now if you go ahead and restart it, you'll see the error should be gone. Yes, Riverpod Flutter course, marketing course, like that. Oh, that's a lot of work, and it was confusing, I know. So let me go ahead and explain to you. Well, so everything started from here actually, because we wanted to show the course name, right? So that's the first thing we wanted to do. Now we are using this one, app box decoration image. And app box decoration image first, before it didn't take any kind of extra information. It just took image, but we also want to show the course name. Now the course name is coming from this data, right? This data holds our course. Now it's a list of courses over here, this data. Remember, we are inside this loop, right? So we are looping through it. So each time we loop, we are passing this one, data index. Now data index actually refers to one of the items from here. Each data index refers to one of the items from here. Now of course we have 3 of them, right? I have 3 of them. So it loops through. So each time index is 0, that refers to the first one. First one is this one, right? Index is 1, that would refer to this section. So it loops through them and gets that course item. So this one actually a course item object, and that's why we have passed it over here. Okay, right. Now this app box decoration image is also being used in other places, I think. In our app box shadow over here. Somewhere else it's also being used. And if it is, because it's being used in other places, so that's why in other places we don't want to pass it actually. So that's why we are passing it over here as course item nullable, because we may pass it, we may not pass it. All right, so let me go ahead and check how many other places we are using this one. So over here, well, one is app box shadow, that's fine. And let me check this one. This is the constructor. And let me check this. Oh, this is the same again. And home. So this one, but I think we're still using it in another place. Oh, like this one, home banner, right? We are using the same one over here as well. But we are actually not passing anything over here. So it's a nullable for this one. So that's why in our root app, root class, not root class, I mean the widget itself, sorry, we assign it as nullable. Okay, all right, and then we pass it. But because it could be nullable, so that's why first we check. If it is null, then just show an empty container, otherwise show the column. If you don't do this, it's gonna crash the app. So that's why we have done it. Hopefully it makes sense. And I know it's been a lot of work. Now, even if it's a lot of work, the code is always there. Go ahead and check that. And if you have questions, leave a comment below. Thank you.
There was a lot of work to do. Now let's continue. We are not done yet. Of course, we need to work on this text style. So let's go ahead and do that. Now we need to come over here and insert this app box decoration image, and insert this over here, this faded text, right? Okay. Now, well, here we don't need to change anything. The thing would be is inside this column. So we need to use some column properties to do that. Okay. All right. So here you do main axis alignment and main axis alignment dot end. Let's do that. So it's gonna put it over here at the bottom, and that's fine with us. We're gonna fix that. And over here, cross axis alignment and cross axis alignment dot start. So with this, main axis is the vertical one and horizontal one is the cross axis, and we put at the beginning. All right. Now container itself, we can also apply a bit of margin. So let's go ahead and do that. And for margin itself, over here, we're going to do it from edge insets dot only. And here we're going to do left 20.w. So let's go ahead and do that. Okay, cool. And then over here, actually this one as well, bottom. Okay, 40.h. Let's go ahead and do that. All right, so it went up. So that was the first one, right? Okay, now we're gonna copy this one and put it here. So we'll have two of this, and this time instead of name we can say lesson num, and let's go ahead and save it, and we'll see how it looks like. And we have an issue, null checker, add a null checker. Actually we already have one. No, okay, let's go ahead and check on this text course item. Not sure the why int type cannot be right. So that's coming as int, so that's the problem. So let's convert it to string and the error should be gone. All right, now let's go ahead and save it. Now here we do see that we have a lot of issues. Now definitely this bottom one over here, we don't want anything like this. So let's go ahead and remove that and see how it goes. Now this is where this bottom is causing issues, so we need to remove this one. All right, and then over here you could do bottom actually 40.h, which would help us. All right, okay, now it looks like it's a little bit too much, so we wanna come down a little bit. So now this is much better. And with this, of course, we also need to change some of the other properties. Now I don't want that to have the same color, so here we could do, let's see, color and app colors dot primary fourth element text. So let's go ahead and use this. So it fade out a little bit as you see over here, and that's fine. And we also want to change the font size. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. Font size is 8, so let's go ahead and use, I know that would be a little small, that's fine. And as well as let me reformat the code over here. All right, so with this it looks much better. And now this one, this string itself is too short, little, right? So how to work with this? So I'm going to grab this one over here, and then I'm going to wrap it inside this. Okay, and in that case I don't think we need toString anymore. It should work on its own. Okay, and here we can say lessons. All right, so it looks like there is more of this information. All right, beautiful. So with this section is working as we expected. All right, now in future actually we'd be doing a little bit refactoring of this, I think that would be important to us. Now the style itself, how much, the distance, this and that, you can also manage on your own, and it doesn't matter. All right, and so let's go ahead and restart. Okay, cool. Here we are. So no reloading, and perfect. Okay, now the next thing we want to do, we want to work on this gesture detector. So where should be the gesture detector? Well, we have this column over here. Well, of course we can't click on the column. Now over here, this one. So this container itself, we can wrap it around a gesture detector. Yes, the container itself. So let's go ahead and do that. I feel like we have done too much with this container here. I mean, this widget, maybe we could have separated. So that's why I said that we can change them in future. All right, and then here is our child. Okay, right. Now the gesture detector itself, how it should work. Now one of the things we could do over here, we could also pass a function to it, final function, and I think this function, void function, not function actually. void function. Is that void function? Sorry, I kind of forgot function. Func, this one. And right over here, let's go ahead and do this dot func. All right, so it could be nullable, as you can see over here. So we said that this function could be nullable, and over here we can just directly execute this func and it should work. All right, so now let's go ahead and work on this. Hopefully we don't want to see any crash, and if it is so, then let's come over here. Inside this, we're gonna pass a new one. Now we're gonna call it func. Now this func would be actually going to a new route, so that's what we want to do. Now going to a new route, it's gonna work with this something called ID. But first, let us send this thing there. What is it that we want to send? So we want to send simply a print function, and then inside the print function we want to pass data dot ID to that, so that we make sure that we are passing the ID. So let's go ahead and restart it. All right, let's click on this. Looks like we are not clickable yet, so we have a bit of issue. We are getting that one on tap. Actually, we are already passing the function there. Okay, ID is working as we click on that. So we are passing the function from here. Okay, fine. So that means that it's working. But in fact, what do you want? You want to pass a scaffold over here. I mean, in a sense that it would trigger routing. Well, we don't have anything else set up yet, but here I can simply go ahead and do scaffold, and then inside this we could do app bar and app bar, this one for now. And then what else? Could also do body, and inside the body we can pass center widget, and then we'll have child, and inside the child we could do text widget. So what is our text widget over here? So inside the text widget we're gonna pass data index ID, and most probably we need to convert it to a string. So let's go ahead and do that. Okay, right. So wherever we click, it will open up a new screen for us for now. So that's what we are trying to do. So let's click on this. The scaffold, do we have to return something? Of course, it's not going to work because I'm trying to go to a new route. So definitely I do have to use material page route. And yeah, let me check the properties of this. It's not always easy to remember that. So one thing we need is the builder itself. Okay, cool. And what else over here? So what does the builder takes? Looks like it takes just it requires a widget. And yes, you have to return a widget. From here you can say it. How do you understand it? So for example, when you hover over on this, it would tell you, okay, it needs a widget. Okay, you need to there should be a function. The function itself has to be a widget, and then the type, return type itself is widget. So that's how you go ahead and tell that what to do. So now you're going to return a scaffold. Scaffold is a widget. And now whenever you hover over on material page, you also get to see what you need. Okay, so here only widget, this one is required, everything else is optional. Okay, all right, so now let's go ahead and click on this restart. All right, so let's go ahead and click on this. Okay, we're still missing something, and let me go ahead and say print hello. Yes, we can print hello, but we are not able to go to a new page, and that's so silly of me. And because we are missing another one, which is called navigator dot push, I guess. And inside this, no, we don't want push named, we want just push. That's silly of me, sorry about that. The thing is that this thing's easy to forget, so anyway, you can remember them once you do them a lot. As you see inside this, you need to pass material page route. Okay, so this is where we are passing material page route, and looks like it also need a context before that. Since we are inside this class, we have the context. Let's go ahead and restart it, and hopefully this time it will work. And sorry for this thing, it's not unprofessional, it just you forget the steps that you need to do, but you still know the logical approach. All right, so it has to work this time. ID1 and ID2 and okay, everything else is fine actually. Let's go back. We still preserve our state. This is awesome, and actually I like it. So this is where I guess Riverpod shines over other. Awesome. So this has been beautiful, right? And sorry for the earlier confusion, because it looks like when I forgot the steps, but it's not about steps to remember, it's the approaches that you take step by step. Okay, so anyway, to go to a new page, definitely we need to use navigator push, and inside this material page route. And the way I do things over here, I always hover over on them and I try to figure out what code to put inside each of the function, and what arguments they take, and what should you pass as a parameter. Anyway, so that's great. So in next section we'll see how to actually create these routes, and definitely we don't want to pass things like this, right? Okay, cool.
Okay, so far so good, and we can go to a new page, right? But of course, over here we also need to show the data from the server. We want to show the data from the server, right? Well, so we need to work on this. Well, first we'll go ahead and work on the backend. Now let's go to our backend, because in the backend actually we need to build our API. What is going to happen over here when we go to this page? Actually, we'll make a call to the server, and like as you can see, we can grab each of the courses ID. So we're going to pass the ID, and based on this ID we're going to return all the data related to that course. So that's what we want to do. Now for this reason, first actually we need to build our backend. So let's go ahead and do that. Now first thing we want to do over here is this one. Actually, well, I think we can close this, right? So over here we're gonna create a new endpoint, and here we're gonna call it route any and course detail, and then over here we'll have course controller course detail. That's it. So this is our new route name. Now right after this, over here we are going to create a new method, and we're gonna call it course detail. All right, now Over here we can inject an object which is called a request. Now in Laravel, when you have HTTP Restful API call, if you want, you can always inject this request object. Now this, well, request class actually, and then the object is request itself. You can name it anything. And why we need to do that? The reason is because, well, we're going to pass some parameters. As you can see, earlier we talked about it, that as we go to new page, we're going to passing this ID, and based on the ID, we're going to grab the data. We need to make a query, and then we are going to get the data from the server. I mean, we are already in the server side, right? This is server side. Now this ID, they are injected inside this request object. You can call it anything. So we can, if we want, you can grab the ID from there, and then based on that ID we can do a query. So that's what actually we want to do. That's why we have injected this one. So every time you pass information to your backend request object in Laravel, they hold the information from the front end. Okay, so it's similar for Node.js or any other framework that work pretty much the same way. So let's go ahead and grab the object. And how to do that? So here we can create a variable, and we're gonna call it request and request ID. So this is something ID that would be passing from our front end. Okay, whatever you pass from front end, you have to mention that variable name over here, and it'll grab it for you. And then over here we're gonna do this try catch clause. Now with try catch clause, it's easy to get error. Okay, so over here throwable E, and then we're gonna catch the error. Now inside this, let's go ahead and write our query. Okay, all right. So what do you want over here? Well, first we want our course. We need to have our course model, and then we'll have this where, and then we'll have this ID, and then this ID matches the ID that's coming from our front end, and then we're gonna do select. All right, okay. And of course this is just randomly generated, and most of them are useful. So once again, on the course model, this one, we call this where function and the select function. Where function will see if there is a match for this ID in our database column, because our course table also has ID. If the ID matches, well, we are gonna grab that, and we'll make sure that we're just gonna get the first one, not all of them, because we are making query just for one item. And we're gonna save it in a variable called result. Okay, all right. Now, well, this thing, some of them are useful, some of them are not useful. So let's see which items we need right now. Well, definitely I can grab ID. That is one. And over here we can also get user token, that one, and we can get description if we have any. And then we also have the thumbnail, lesson num, and what else? We also can get video length if we have any. Video, LENGTH, video length. And we already have price and lesson num. I think these are the information that we need, a little more information. So we'll try to get that. Okay, so we are inside try catch clause, so if we have error we can always get that. But anyway, after that we hope that our response, the result we get is the correct one. And then over here we're gonna return call response method and convert the data into JSON. So that's why we have this one, just like we have seen this thing similar as Flutter front-end map. So over here code is 200. Well, on the front end you use colon rather than this arrow. Everything else exactly the same actually. And then my course detail is here, and then here we'll have data and the result. So whatever the result is, that we're gonna send that one. And we also assume that our server response is 200. Okay, well, when you want to return a successful response, inside this JSON method, right after this, you also have to mention it's 200. Well, by default is also 200, and on the front end we also take 200. Now, this could be anything, but because 200 is a very universal thing, it's easy to understand, that's why. Now what if we have error? Now once again I'm going to copy this one and I'm going to put it here. Now I would generally say this kind of errors are server internal error, in a sense that your maybe you are trying to do something that is not there. For example, if you have a mistake in your field over here, if you have a spelling error, then you get 500, or if you have this missing comma or anything, then you'll get 500. Okay, so that's what. Now okay, so that's what we are assuming. All right, okay, so let's see, course data. Right now in that case we can just simply go ahead and remove that. I don't think we need this because we already have this one over here, right? Okay, so if we are successful, from here we are returning the JSON response, and then over here we are returning error. Okay, so that's what happens over here, right? Now this is something that right away we can go ahead and test on our Postman. Okay, all right, now this ID you have to pass it from Postman. So here is my Postman. Actually I already tested it. It's API course detail, and then I have this question mark ID 3. So this is the ID that you'd be sending. This ID variable contains value 3. Go ahead, hit it, and hopefully you'll see that we have this information there available. Now you can also get it for 1. All right, you get it for 2, ID 2. All right, now let's get it for ID 4, but we know that ID 4 doesn't exist. Okay, all right, well, that's still fine, because on the front end we'll check if we are null or not. If we are null, we have to do something different. By the way, if you're testing this, you have to make sure that you are passing your authorization header as bearer token, and you have to get the header, which is access token, during the login time. Okay, you have to get that one. All right, okay. Now I want to learn something here interesting. Say for example we make a mistake. We just say hello field, a random field that we have attached. Now let's go ahead and try this, and here it says this undefined variable in result. Okay, so we have some issues over here. It's saying that, well, we still get 500. This is undefined variable. Now this also gives you actually enough information to know that, well, in this variable over here it is trying to get, but this variable had some wrong information. It is saying that one. It is saying that one, right? Undefined variable. Okay, result. Now of course it's saying the variable result itself is undefined. Now if you try to go deep down, most probably you'd be able to catch the error exactly what you know. Now just now I made this error and we know that I did it, so that's why if you remove that, of course it'll go away. But what if you have unknown error? Okay, the error that you made but you didn't know. Well, we have a solution for that one. All right, let's go to my website. So this is the website for Laravel, and over here I have this Laravel error handling. So let's come over here, and here actually I was talking how to catch the exact error. I have an example, but anyway, since we're in the video, I'm going to show you directly what to do. So you can also check this link from the resources section if you want. Over here I'm saying that go to app exceptions folder, and inside that you will find there is a file called handler.php, and you will see a method called register, and it's a void type, which means it doesn't return anything. So let's go ahead and look for that file. So that's inside app exceptions, this one, handler.php, and this is the method that we are talking. Now let's come over here, and here we said that instead of returning this .reportable, we're going to return this one. Copy this and just replace this code over here. Now, well, here we do have 400. Of course you can also change it, but it doesn't matter. Now over here we also returning an as response and error code if we have. If we don't have any error code, then we are just returning 400. That means unauthorized. Okay, make sure that you saved it. Okay, and after that let us make some changes. Actually, what changes we are talking about? The first thing, if we have an issue over here, say any of these places, then definitely this variable would get undefined. Okay, so the first thing you want to do, you don't want to have it like this, you want to do it like this. I think you could do e so we can copy this one from here, and here we can just simply put like this. So I want to get the error message, the exact error message. Okay, I want to get the exact error message. So go ahead and first remove this result from here, because if you have result but this line actually didn't successfully get executed, so the result becomes undefined because we have error over here. So this time over here it's gonna throw an error if you have result. Now first you have to remove the result variable, because that variable itself is undefined, so it doesn't give us enough information. Now here we have this e, and we want to get more information. Okay, all right, now let's go ahead and hit enter. Yes, now this is more better. Okay, this is a better way of learning about the error, and it's being very specific that here you don't have this unknown column hello field. Okay, so this is something that causing error, and we know it much better way right now and more readable. Okay, so always try to get the error when you do API request. So definitely we can go ahead and remove that. Okay, and now let's come back. Okay, that's fine because we are using 4. Now if we use 1, we'll see that error is gone. All right, okay, beautiful. So with this we are done over here. So next we'll go back to our front end, and then we'll see how to call this and show it on the UI.
Okay, so now as our API is built, now this is the time for us to go ahead and build the repo. Now where to do that? Actually, our app needs more refactoring, which we'll do. Now remember, this would be a whole new feature or screen. Okay, so this is something that we want to separate it in one of these features, right? So over here I'm going to have a feature, and I'm gonna call it course detail. Okay, and inside this over here I'll have repo folder, and okay, let's cancel that. Cancel. Looks like I should have made it a directory. Okay, I'm gonna make one and delete the old one. Directory repo. Okay, it looks like we need to remove that first. Sorry. Okay, so it should be directory repo, and over here we can call it course detail repo dart. Okay, now our code project needs a bit of refactoring in terms of this one. The one that we have added early, we'll move it back to our home screen. Anyway, so over here we're gonna create a class, and we can call it course detail repo. All right, and over here I'll have a static method, static, and then we're gonna call it course detail like this, and inside this is gonna take some parameters. So here we'll say course request entity, this one, and it could be nullable. We're gonna call it params, and inside this here we'll have var response, and then we'll have HTTP util class. Then we're gonna call the post method, and first here we point to our endpoint, which is course detail, and then we pass the params. Now what is this params? Now this params is the ID. Okay, so ID, we're gonna pass it in an object, and then we're gonna pass it back to the server. Now if you pass it back to the server, the object needs to be dissected to JSON's format, otherwise it's not gonna work. Okay, that looks like, is it so? Let me see. Required parameters. Oh, right. So here we can have query parameters actually, because others one are all query parameters, params to JSON, this one. Okay, cool. So ID would be given through this params, and we convert it to JSON. Remember, server only takes JSON. Now over here we're gonna call course request course detail response entity, and then we'll take from JSON, and we're gonna pass the response, because the response would be in JSON format, just like we have seen in Postman. Now over here, okay, so we have to have this await, otherwise it's not gonna work, I guess. And then you have to add async. All right, cool. Now the return type. So here we'll have this return type, course request entity, this one. So this is our return type, and the body might potentially nullable. Okay, so this should be course detail response entity, this one. And we say it's nullable, and the error should be gone. And over here actually return if we do so, actually we also don't need this. Okay, cool. So now with this, our API has been built. Now we're gonna be here inside this course detail, and we're gonna create a file. We're gonna call it controller. You can also call it actually provider. Now some people like to separate them as controller and provider in different manners, but it could be also done in same folder or same file actually. So here we're gonna call it course detail controller.dart. All right, now over here, the way we are going to work with this, here we need to get data from our server, right? This is where it's going to happen, and we are going to use our controller, but not traditional controller in terms of Riverpod, the way Riverpod generates controller. Okay, so over here we're gonna say course detail controller, this one, and then we'll have something called course detail controller ref. Now this is confusing, I know, don't worry, and this looks like we don't know what it is, where it is coming from. I'm gonna explain. First, bear with me. It may look like there is an error in the course item, and at the top we have to do override. I think that's a Riverpod, and let's see, we don't need this for now. Okay, course item, more actions. Let's go ahead and import that. Course detail controller. What do we have here? Let's console that one, course API. Okay, and we do have home controller. Now home controller, we have this Riverpod annotation. We're going to copy this and put it here, so the arrow is gone. All right, now over here we can say this could be null, so here we return null. Okay, all right, now this is what? Now this would be something that auto-generated based on this, and so let's go ahead and run it. Hopefully it should run on its own. Course detail controller ref. So the name have to be exactly same. Then you have to add this ref, ref capital letter, and the course should start with a ref capital letter as well. Okay, looks like we have the error is not resolved over here. Let's see, run it one more time. No, error should have been resolved by this time. Or if it is not, then we'll still continue. It doesn't matter. So here, one thing we'll do, course request entity, this one, course request entity. Now this is something get. This is about just passing the ID. We'll talk about this class and this one soon. I think I skipped the talking, so we'll talk. Course request entity.id. It has one ID thing. Okay, so that the ID we need. For now, let's put 1. Okay, all right, and after that over here call final response, and then we have to do await, and then course detail repo, this one, then over here we could say course detail, right, this one, and we need to pass params, and course request entity is the param. All right, okay, looks like we have double of this. We don't need this. Okay. Okay, cool. So now let's continue. We're gonna check on the response, because response could be the code could be 200 or others. If it is 200, then we'll return response dot data. Yeah, otherwise nothing over here. You're already returning null, and here you could say print request failed response dot code. Okay, all right, so this guy over here looks like still not working, so I'm going to copy this and put it here, and then I'm going to do capital letter, and then I'm going to do ref. All right, so now let me, okay, there could be another reason that why it's not working, because you see this one, I need to mention where to generate this file, which I did not, so that's why it's not working. Remember, right now we are in a new file, new folder, so of course not home controller. It should be same as this class, which is course detail controller. Okay, right, this one. Now let's cancel this. Okay, looks like it auto solved right now. Beautiful. So now over here, a lot of things went on. Okay, well, first thing over here, we generated something. Well, it doesn't look like a class. So with the Riverpod 2.0, even you can generate a method. Actually, this is a method. This method returns us data from the server, but it does it with a provider. So it's like a feature provider. As you can see over here, we have feature. And after returning the data type returned is course item, because if you see course detail, if you go there, eventually this is something course item, which is course item, right? As you can see from here. So eventually we are returning, actually from here, whatever it comes, we are returning the data. Now that data section itself is course item, as we have seen before. So this one, all right, so let me track it back one more time, because this is course item, right? I know this could be a little bit confusing, even though it looks like from here we are returning course detail response entity, but internally it has course item. Now even though over here it is true, we return all of it, right, the whole object, but when we are already here in this line, we just take the data. The data part is only course item part. Okay, so that's why we are returning course item, and we say that it could be nullable. Okay, now this course request entity, if you go to this class, you'll see it's a very simple class. It just takes ID, it is nullable, and before we send the ID to the server, we convert it to JSON so that server can read. Once again, server can only read in general JSON format. Okay, now the code needs a little bit refactoring, not this one, the earlier code, the repo, and we do that, and in terms of the way we named them. Okay, so now you see that with the Riverpod 2.0, so this is actually the feature provider. It doesn't look like feature provider, but it is, because over here you're having this feature. Okay, and at the same time, if you go ahead and look at the code, this one, this is the new generated provider for us. Okay, So as you can see over here, this is future provider, and it also said it's also auto disposed. Okay, so this is a future provider. So when to use future provider? If you have this network request and it returns data where you have to await. After awaiting, you have to get the data and dissect it and convert it to an object. So this thing requires the time. So in this case, you have to use future, and whatever the data type you return, you have to mention for this future type itself, we are returning course type. So yes, when you return future provider, you can also return custom object. And this is what we have done over here. So this is a custom object, right? Now this is more like a ref, widget ref, but this is auto-generated by Riverpod. And it needs this because you may want to access other provider inside this future provider. So that's why this is given. Okay, like for example, we can try to access like this ref.watch, say home course list provider. If you want, in fact, you can. Okay, so this is where, once again, future provider or any kind of provider, if you have the ref object, then you can access other providers inside your current provider. Now with 2.0, it's possible because you can always inject a ref object inside the parameter. Okay, so which gives you a whole lot of access to other providers. And not only that, you can also inject extra parameters. This looks like native to Riverpod, but yes, you can inject as a parameter a lot of other things, and you may want to do it inside this curly braces. So for this is the way to do. There could be other ways as possible, I think. Required int index, and why we need that? It's not always necessary, but what if you have a dependency that this provider depends on something else, not some other providers, some other class or some other object? You can also provide it over here, as you can see. Okay, so without it, it looks like this. I mean, so whenever you are having it like this, it means that actually you are not going to depend on any other object or third-party dependencies or any dependencies. But here, when you put it like this, you are saying that you have a dependency. In our case, the dependency is just we need an int variable. It could be, remember, any custom object or any custom class. Okay, all right. So this is our dependency. Why we need this? Because over here we want to put our index. Because just now it was hard-coded, but we want to actually pass it. So what's going to happen? We're going to grab this course detail controller. Now I know we have an error. Let me fix the error first. Most probably we have to run this one first. Let me close this and run again. Okay, right. And this time, wow, it changed a lot, and you'll see that it became more complex because this time it's dealing with a dependency. So this is our dependency. Now we don't need to look at this one, that's fine. So it starts pretty much from here, course detail controller, family. Now earlier we had this future provider. Now right now future provider more like became a family provider, because here we are injecting object. With the family provider, actually you can pass object. Well, we'll also see the family provider soon, and we'll also see the comparison one by one with this. Anyway, so whenever you inject something in your method, then it becomes a family provider. because family provider, that takes parameters. Okay, yes, so that's what we did over here, or any kind of dependencies. And we see that the newly generated code became a family provider. It started pretty much from here. It extended the family class already. All right, and if you go down over here, of course, it's already tagged family. All right, and here it also said that, okay, I have a dependency. All right, so that's what it, so it could be null, but here, whatever it is, you can get the dependencies. Beautiful. And what else? Now, there are a lot more things to learn over here, even though we are not supposed to directly interact with this class. But this is just the old way of doing things. What I mean by that, I mean, right now you generate code, but it generates the old code for you. For us, this is the new code. But internally, it still does the old way. And pretty much this is the old way. The only difference is that the kind of provider you choose pretty much is automated. And whether it's auto-disposed or long-lived, everything is automated over here. And you can also see these are variable index. Okay, all right. It also checks whether two indexes dependencies are same or not. Okay, so this is another beautiful thing about this auto-generated tool, because over here it's doing it comparing two objects, that whether this object and the earlier object, they are same. If they're same, then you don't need to go ahead and recreate it. And we also see over here this method which takes a ref object and index. All right, okay, cool. So you may also look at on your own. Yes, it does look a bit of complex. Okay, now here there's this call property. Now about call property, call method, we'll talk about this one later, because this is a bit complex thing, but I have other tutorials on this. Anyway, so with this, we just now see how to convert our future provider to a family provider. How to do that? When you inject a dependency, extra dependency, not this one. Pretty much the second parameter tells you that, oh, this becomes a family provider. All right, beautiful. So that's so far so good. Now we need to go ahead and create another folder, and we're gonna call it view. Okay, and inside this we'll have course dart. All right, okay. Now we're gonna create a stateful class over here. Actually, we can also do stateless this time. Here we're gonna convert it to consumer stateful widget, consumer stateful widget, and consumer state, and over here we need to do the same, consumer state. Now the all becomes like this. Okay, all right. Now why with the consumer stateful widget? Because we need to access the ref object. Now here is this tricky thing. You see, we have earlier we have seen that. Okay, let me close this home controller. Also don't need this one. Home course grid. Over here, actually we are passing this one manually, but of course, as I told you, that this is not maintainable, sustainable. This is not something we want to do. Right, so we need to pass this one as argument to another screen, this one. Okay, we need to pass this one. And how to do that? Well, as usual, first we're going to define, go to our routes. So over here we would define a new route, because to pass arguments we're gonna use named route. Okay, so we have to define a route's name. So over here we're gonna declare a variable static const string, and here we'll say course detail, because that's our that's the name that we are gonna refer if we need to. And here we'll have course details, so this would be our name. All right, okay, well now we can close this one. After that we need to connect a screen with this name, so this is where we are going to do route entity and app routes name dot course detail. Sorry, course detail, and over here we'll have course detail like this, and it looks like we need to import that. Let's go ahead and import it as a package. All right, okay, cool. So that's fine, and most probably we need const anyway. All right, cool. So now since our route name is defined, and over here our app name, route's name, and as well as the screen itself, they're connected, and we also have this generate route settings, so it would help us to grab the parameter. Now this is the time we remove this, we don't need this one. So over here we could do navigator dot of context dot push named, and inside this here we'll have course detail, this one, and we'll have arguments, this one. The arguments takes map type. Just now we have seen earlier PHP. This is the same thing. So over here we do ID, and this is the ID that actually eventually we are sending back to our server. ID, the exact name. You have to have the same over here. And what's the ID? If you remember, data.index.id. Right, so this is something that we want to send. So this is something we are passing as an argument. So to pass as an argument, all you need to do is to have this arguments property, and then this curly brace, and mention whatever parameter. You have to give it a name and the value. So this is a map, right? Key value pair, and this is awesome. Okay, all right. So as we are passing it, we need to grab it over here. Now how do you grab it? So because we are inside the stateful widget, now a lot of you ask why we are still using a stateful widget, because, well, even if we use state management, it doesn't do everything for us. Like, for example, we want to grab some values when dependencies changes. The best way to do with this did change dependencies method. Okay, all right, now over here we're going to grab it. So here we're going to declare a variable late var args, which means arguments, and over here we do args equal, now here model route of context, and then we can get settings out of it, settings, and then we can get arguments out of it, and as map. Now we might need to say this is not null, which means that there is a route and there is an argument. Is it like over here? Okay, right. And why we are passing this one? You see over here, this one we are passing as a map, right? So in your case over here, you need to grab it as a map. And where it resides inside the settings property, because remember earlier I said on generate route. That's not only able to grab the route name, but also it is able to grab the parameters that's being passed. Okay, so that's why it's very important. So if you use onGenerate route, you need to grab the arguments using modal route, and you get the arguments, you get the settings and arguments, and then convert it to a map. And why convert it to a map? Because if you do, earlier we've seen that you can access the map elements by their name, the key by their name. In our case, the key is ID, right? In fact, we can go ahead and print that. So let's go ahead and do that. So args ID. So maps, the elements, the keys are accessed using this double quotation. Okay, let's restart our app. We have a lot of changes. Hopefully it doesn't crash. All right. Okay, now, well, this is pink and black. That's because this is a new material property with Flutter latest upgrade. The default one previously was just black, but now here we could do scaffold and app bar, and that's it. Let's save it. We'll see that it's gone. Okay, now anyway, so our focus is this ID, right? Now remember, when we are here, each time we are passing a route as well as a ID to it. So you click on that, you grab the ID, you can print it, as you can see. All right, now this is being possible once again because of this settings as arguments, and we convert it to a map. Anyway, so now with this we are able to grab the ID. Now what does it tell us? Well, it tells us if you can grab the ID, then actually you can also pass this ID. Pass the ID to where? Pass the ID to this controller over here. This controller. Okay, all right. So which means that we are gonna call our family provider. Remember, this is not future provider anymore. This was a future provider, but now this becomes, with this injection over here, it becomes a family provider. Okay, now we can pass the arguments, but even before we pass over here, we need to say args. So over here we need to assign this value actually. Now I think instead of doing it like this, var ID and then args equal ID. Okay, all right, so like that. So let's remove this. So whatever is coming in an ID object, and we grab the ID out of it and we assign to it. Okay, all right, and since we are able to do that, now over here we can say var state data equal ref object, ref.watch, this one. Now here we can call course detail controller provider. Remember, not course detail controller, you have to call the provider of it. Okay, all right, now you see here we have this error, but previously we didn't have error, and there is also a type mismatching. All it's telling you, I need arguments, so you need to pass them. So the one that we have, that is index, it takes index, and we're gonna pass args. Now we're gonna make sure that we convert it to an int, because that's what we are passing, because this one takes int. So this is a reference of this class, right? So it's more like the object, right? Anyway, so and this one takes ID. I mean, well, not here. We have seen that. Now this is auto-generated index. Okay, that's what I'm talking about. All right, okay, and of course this is the auto-generated code, but over here we can also see that this takes ID. Okay, right, ID, I mean index. So we are passing that one. We don't need this repo anymore, so we can close this. All right, so with this we'd be able to grab the data. Let's go ahead and restart. Make sure that no errors. Yes, no error. And we already see that we get server data because this is in our where it is in our HTTP util we have a print method and it's being printed from there. All right, so we have seen that actually we can generate controller on the fly, like using this one. Now we have seen that this is a family provider. This looks like it is not, but it is a family provider because of this one. All right, and at the same time we have seen that over here in course detail, actually we can pass argument to this provider, and once again this provider is this one, right? But we have this code generated by Riverpod code generation tool. So we are passing argument and it can accept it. And how it happens? Well, if you take a look over here, it looks like this is an object and then, or this is a method actually. This looks like a method, and inside the method we are passing an integer with a named parameter which is index. But now if we go back to our code generation tool, the code that's been generated, we see over here that here course detail controller family, and then over here this is more like an object of this class. So this is an object of this class. This is called course detail controller provider. But when you take a look at this one over here, it looks like you're passing an argument with this object, right? But it is not a method. In method we can pass arguments easily, but this is an object. Once again, if you take a look over here, we do see that this is an object. And how can you pass parameter using an object? And this is very strange. Now this is something called callable feature of Dart. Now you have to understand what is called callable, and which I'll give you a detailed example. But of course this callable feature is implemented in many features of Dart and some packages. Block and Riverpod, they both use this callable feature to inject arguments or pass arguments. All right, and how does it do it? Now if you come over here, well, everything pretty much starts from here. Okay, so here my class became a family provider, and down here we do see that there is a function called call. Okay, now if your function has a method, if your class, so like course detail controller family, this is a class. Now if your class has a method called call, this one, if there is a method named call, that class becomes callable. And I know this is very fuzzy idea, strange idea, that what is this, right? Well, first thing you have to know, remember, if your class has a method named call, this is called callable. And callable does very interesting things. Because of this method, you can create an object and pass parameters to that object. Now over here we do see that we have this call method itself takes a optional named parameter which is index, and later down the road it passes to this course controller provider, it passes it. Now we know that in our class actually course controller provider, we need to pass index, right? And once again, we can confirm this from here. So we are passing something over here. Now, how it actually works. Now, before I go deep down further with this, I need to give you an example, an easy example, so that we understand. Then we'll come back over here. After all, callable is a great feature of Dart, which is implemented both in Riverpod family provider and a block. Block uses callable to emit states during emitting states. And Riverpod uses this callable during family provider, where you need to inject arguments in the function itself. All right, so here we are going to create a very simple class so that we know what's happening. Now, I'm going to be here, actually, here. And then over here, I'm going to create a class. So you can ignore this code now. So I'm going to create a class, and I'll call it person. You can call it anything. And then it'll take string name, and then we'll have int age. Okay. All right, then we're going to create a constructor of it, this.name, this.age. All right. Okay, right. Now, over here, I'm going to create a variable, and I'm going to call it person, and then I'm going to call this class, and I'm going to pass name, well, the bus tag, and age 3. Our channel has been 3 years old. All right, and of course, right now, if you go ahead and print person.name, we could do that. Let's go ahead and do that. And we'll see that on the console over here, we'll see that the name has been printed, the best tag, right? This is what we have seen, the best tag. Nothing fancy about it so far. Now, where is this callable feature? Now, if you see over here, course detail. So this is an object of this course detail controller, and we are passing arguments. Now, in this class, can we do that? So person is an object. Now, can you try to pass something like XYZ? No, you can't. It'll actually throw an error. Now, how we can do that? Well, so this is where you can create a method called call. Okay, and then you can return anything or nothing. Of course, it's still not going to work if you're passing something. So over here, you need to grab something, string. You see the error gone immediately. It says string address. All right, the error is gone, and it's beautiful. You see, we just created an object from this class. The class name object was a person, and we are more like passing arguments using this object, and it was all possible due to this method called call, and it was taking parameters over here. So we are passing it over here as an argument, and that's as beautiful as this. So this is the very first feature of callable. Okay, so you have to have a method call, and then it has to take parameters, and when you pass the parameters as argument, you could do it, and error is gone. Now that's what we see over here. So let's take a look at our course detail controller. Yes, so here we do see that course detail controller provider. All right, and well, the name over here, get provider override, it doesn't matter, we can ignore that. And here we see that there is a method call. Now actually this is the method, okay, call. Now we see that it takes an index, right? So this is exactly same as this one. So we have a method, well, it takes something, string address, but if you want, you could be more like this. You can also put it like this, optional named parameter. In that case, you have to pass it as address. Yes, it should. Yeah, it is workable, and you can say it is nullable, or we can be exactly like Riverpod. Why? Because over here we see that it says required. We could do the required. We can also make it optional in our case if we want, but we are being similar. Exactly. So over here, they call this call method, and we did the same thing. Of course, it doesn't look like you're calling the call method. The thing is that your class has to have a call method, and then when you have this object, you can inject any arguments inside this object. And this is beautiful. Not only that, you can also print it over here. Well, of course, we can just simply print address, and that would work. Okay, and I'm going to comment out this one first. Now let's go ahead and restart our app. So here we do see that XYZ. Beautiful. Okay, all right. Now another feature is that over here you do see that our call method is returning something, returning a class type. Well, over here we are not returning anything, but if you want, you can. Say you want to return the class itself, this type, right? So here we can say this. This means return this class himself, return the class itself. So we call this, over here. So we inject parameters in this object, and then we return something. Why you return, you know it from here, because here we say person, right? So here we could say var, say x, doesn't matter. So this would inject this variable and return. Why it returns? Because over here we say that it would return what? The object of this class using this keyword. And we can print over here x dot address. Well, address is not there. X dot name. All right. Now first go ahead and just return name. Here you see that the name's been the best tag. It was first. All right. Okay. So that's fine. Because we are printing address from here, right? But we are printing address, whatever is being passed from here, and the name itself. The name is this one. But how about this one? We actually make part of this object itself directly. Yes, we can do that. In that case, we can do string optional address. So which means that it could be nullable. And then over here, we could do like this. This dot address, which means that this is optional. You may pass and you may not pass. All right. Now let me comment out this one first. Let's go ahead and check it. Over here we need to get it as person. All right. Okay, so the person's name is the best tag. Now what's going to happen over here? I'm going to call this, and then I'm going to pass address to it. And this time we can also print address, because this address field is part of this class. Let's go ahead and do that. Now over here we do see null. And why? Because this address over here, address is being passed to this method, but we didn't assign anything to it. So let's go ahead and assign address equal address. Okay, so now this one refers to this, and this one refers to this. So let's go ahead and change this. Now over here it says this address, so let's change the name of this as well. Now let's go ahead and print this, and here we see that our new address is XYZ. So this becomes our address. But now if you initially print address over here, you will see that as null. Let's go ahead and do that. So first we see null because it is nullable, and later we call this object using callable method. We assign this address, but looks like we are not assigning, but you see this address we are passing over here, and from there we are passing it to the class property, which is address, this one, and then we are printing it over here right after assigning. All right, one more time. All right, so that's how the callable things work in Dart and Riverpod, and this is exactly the same thing Riverpod is doing over here. Okay, now this callable method we are actually calling over here. Okay, we are passing this arguments. Anyway, so this is the feature that's being used both in Block and Riverpod. All right, thank you. All right, so that's a lot of learning, so let's continue. Also, we have the data available, so this is the time that we go ahead and show the data. All right, so how is it going to do that? So here we'll have body. One will take a step. Now here we'll say state data, and then we're going to use when function out of it, and as usual we're going to take the data, and inside this here you could, for now you could do text over here, and then let's access the data property, data dot name, which is our lesson name, and we say it's not empty, or even the data itself is not empty or null. So let me change the font. Okay, right. Okay, right. And over here, the error trace stack. And over here we'll say, oops, here we'll have text, say error loading the data. But of course, if you know that if you have this error, then you can always check it by printing, right? Okay, now here we could do like this. We're gonna use a center widget, center and child, and here it's a circular progress indicator. All right, just like this. Let me reformat the code, and a lot of code over here. All right, so for now we have this, and let's go ahead and restart. Hopefully it's there. And now let's click on this. We see this is happening. Okay, that's beautiful. So things are as we expected. Now it's here. Now one of the things that we want to do is build app bar, this one. And I think here we might have title. We can say course detail. Course detail. Okay, just like this, beautiful. As you see, the title, the matches whatever we get there. Now for fun, I will also want to show an image of this API, which means the course. Now you see over here we have this arrow. You can also put it like this, which you may find it very useful later down the road, because here first you can return any kind of widget. Okay, and before returning you can do any data processing if you need, actually. Okay, right, so that's what I'm trying to say over here. Now one of the things that we want to do over here, we want to check if data equal null. If data is equal null, okay, we can say sized box, nothing is there. If data equal null, otherwise we return this text. Okay, oops, well, we should not do it like this, because we can just use a ternary operator. If data equal null, then we return a sized box. Let me see. It says that unexpected return sized box. Okay, sorry for messing up. Well, if we have to do it like this, let me remove that. Let me go back to the original condition like this. The data equal null, then here we could say sized box. Otherwise, you show a container, and then here, as I said that early, data. Well, here say, I think what we had over here, name, right? This one. So, and it looks like we don't need this anymore because we are already checking whether we are null or not, and it's beautiful. Okay, and let's try this. Okay, now what if you come over here and say, for example, over here you do hard-coded 4. Okay, the ID is 4, but we know that in my database I don't have 4, I have only 3 items. Let's save it. Click on this, and here error loading data, which is also good because here it's not crashing. Okay, and let's see if you remove that, how it works. Of course, you need to say that data is not null. Now let's come over here. Let's click on this. Sure. Okay, beautiful. So even without this error checking, it works because it's handling the data. If it cannot find the data, it handles. But I think it's still great to actually recheck whether the data is null or not. Okay, all right. So over here you can actually implement a column. Okay, like this. Let me reformat the code like this. Okay, and for now I'm going to put const before them, and over here const as well. And children itself, we don't need const yet. Now over here we are going to show this. Here we have this one, right? App box decoration image. Now you can just put one, and most probably, oh right, another thing we need to change because I just made it hard coded. All right, hot reload. Let's come over here, and do we have any image for that? Okay, yes. So yeah, the default image was not visible. No, I know the reason, because here we have this network image, right? This is the default image, which is a profile, and over here well, we are not using this. I mean, this is there, right? But because it's network image, so it's missing something. Okay, now what we can do from here, we can simply pass image path for us, and what it is over here. So once again, this is appconst dot server or image uploads, and then over here, what are you going to do? Here you're going to take this data and a thumbnail. Okay, so this is something that you want to show, and let's hot reload, and this is where we see. Okay, but and this is extremely small over here, right? Let's come back to this. Here we had this width and height. I think this is something that we had it before. All right, now, well, of course the images are fine. As you can see, we can already show the image, right? Okay, so if we go to this course detail page, there are a few issues. So the image itself is not the correct way of showing, right? So we need to change this one, and that's fine. Let's go ahead and do that. The reason is because over here, first, because we are not applying any kind of width and height, so that's why it's becoming like this. So it's taking the width and height 40, which is very little, and at the same time there is this circular border, so it is half of this, so it makes it exactly round. So if your border is half of your width and height, that makes any kind of image or anything like a circular. But anyway, so this is the reason that it's happening. So we need to change it. By the way, before you change them, make sure that here you have write them correctly, width and height. But I think I had this issue before here, width and width at the same time. But this should be height. Okay, height, width. That makes sense. All right. So now from here, not this one, I think. Okay, course detail page over here, right? So let me reformat the code. Okay, right. Now over here, I'm going to do width 325.w and height is we're gonna use 200. All right, now let's save it, and it already showed up. And we also want to here use the fit property. So box fit dot fit width. So this is what, so it looks much better. Okay, right. Now this app bar is something that we don't want. I think we got the wrong app bar, and let me take a look. So this is the preferred size one that we have, which we should not be using. Like, for example, this is something that also not we want. Okay, so what I believe right now, we should have an app bar that's also globally available. Like, for example, if you come over here, in sign-in page, have we used any app bar? Well, looks like no. So we haven't used any app bar. So let's go ahead and declare an app bar globally. Okay, so that we can use it. So I'm going to do it over here. Okay, and here I'm going to copy this one. Let's go ahead and do that, and I'm going to put it here. Build okay, global app bar. Okay, and in that case we don't need this one. Okay, so this is not important. So pretty much this is something that you want. Okay, and let's see if we can directly go ahead and use that. So over here we can just say global app bar, course detail, and yes, that thing has gone. Beautiful. Okay, right. Now the other thing that I should tell you, if you click on this and come over here, if you don't see your images like this, that's the image aspect ratio problem. So the image we want to show over here, it has to be rectangle image, so otherwise it's not going to work. Okay, if you put a square image, then it would be square type. So this is something that you have to change. So if you have uploaded the wrong image in the backend, go ahead and re-upload and do refresh like this, and it should be working. Okay, all right, so that's so far so good. So image section is working. All right, now what is the next step? Let me show you. So the next step should be showing these things, course description, and like this. Okay, right. So how to work with this? Now, definitely this section would be a row type. Okay, so this is a row. We're gonna build a row. So let's go ahead and do that. Now here you do see that I have this column over here, and inside column we are putting everything, right? Okay, cool. Well, that's fine, but now this thing would really get bigger very quickly. So inside this course detail, this section, we already have a view. Now let me see. Well, course detail. Okay, and I do feel like this has been placed in the wrong folder. Sorry about that. It should be inside this view actually. I don't know when did I put it there. So let's go ahead and refactor it, and it should be fine. If you have done the same thing, let's go ahead and refactor. Okay, now it should be fine. Okay, all right, now this is fine. View. Now inside view we are going to create another folder, and we're gonna call it widget. Okay, now inside this, let's go ahead and create a file. We're gonna call it course detail widgets dot because there could be many widgets, so that's why I said it widgets. All right, okay. Now the first thing I want to do, I want to move this from here to this one. Now we're going to create a stateless class over here to do that, and we can say, well, homepage, sorry, course detail thumbnail, course detail thumbnail. Okay, and let's go ahead and import everything else over here, and let me put it here. Okay, cool. But of course there should be some issues. We're gonna take care of them very quickly. App const, can we import that? And the data. Okay, well, data is not available, so we need to pass the data object to it. Okay, and earlier we had this data. Let me see, what is this data? This data is course item, right? So we're gonna pass course item. So over here we do final course item. All right, and this one is we can call it course item. All right, and over here I think required, we need this, so that's why we say required this dot course item, right? And we need to import it as well. Let's go ahead and do that. Okay, now box shadow, can we import it as a library? Okay, right. Now this course item, now inside I think we can just directly go ahead and call course item. Now the error should be gone. Okay, all right, and then we're gonna go ahead and call this one, and here we call it course thumbnail, and the course well, before we go ahead and continue work with this, most probably we need to import it first. We did, let's see, okay, right, course item, and here we're gonna pass our data object. All right, and it shouldn't have any problem. Okay, right. Okay, cool. All right, so this is so far so good, and it's working.